players are set and ready to go. Expect with the last minute stretch out as the crowd is getting revved up, and G2 Esports surging right now. Looking to take down Team Vitality, who need to pick up all the points they can to want to stay competitive for playoffs. But we are on to Summoner's Rift for game one.
Coming into tower range, Cabochard is going to have to go in on this too.
All right, throws down the cat, gets the Bramble smash down. Cabochard, they're trading on the aggro. Twisted advance, he takes a lot of damage, but it's going to be first blood. And Joko is narrowly getting out of this one. Smashes down the minions, and that was close.
Where's the arrow?
Meanwhile, the arrow comes into the bot side. Oh, hooked on a line once again. Sven gets the heal, pulls the lantern back, and there's the TP coming in for Expect. Vander looks like he's sacrificing himself right now. Played back, gray health on, but it is a matter of time before Sven gets that kill. Makes moves into the mid lane. Perks clearing away, the ball there. Okay. Body slams forward, and he gets the barrel, actually knocking Nuke Duck forward, but not on the same page with Perks, who wasn't there.
The rest of the team are on the way, though. Look, Mithy and Sven here.
Oh, Vander, he's caught up inside the box, but Joko is taking the Nature's Grasp to get the root down onto Mithy, and Joko claims the first kill of this fight. G2 decide they don't want any more of that, but they get a knock up, a silence, and everything on top of Sven. Vander is the one who licks him. Of course, the wave clear is pretty ridiculous right now as well.
Top lane play. This is two for now, but the arrow should join.
Okay, they've got the box down, but it doesn't matter. Not going to keep them slow at all, as Cabochard is sticking onto Mithy, who's forced to flash away. Sven gets the heal. Arrow comes out, and it nails Sven in the back of the head, and there will be no dark passage, as Steelback sends him all the way back to Fountain. Push one. See, Nuke Duck is getting knocked up by the seismic shove of Perks. Vander and Joko are here, and they're going to look to collapse right on the G2 mid laner. Shockwave, and it looked too easy as Nuke Duck claims the kill.
Potential shockwaves, the arrow, everything. And look, G2 lose these types of engagements. That's where it can all go wrong. But Cabochard, no teleport.
Yeah, and there's a big shockwave. A Steelback can flash right over the wall. Nuke Duck soon to follow, and it looks like the damage is a little bit out. Even Dragon's getting in the mix as Joko is knocking everybody apart, but Expect will finally claim that kill. Able to really get down to the mid lane, so now G2 we're looking to try and push that one out, but looks like it's Sven getting caught up on. The Rupture gets knocked back, but it's right into Sven, and he delivers him on a silver platter. Nuke Duck will be the one who lands the finishing blow, and Vitality, they're going to turn for Baron.
There is the feast available. Trick does not have enough damage to out-damage Cabochard. That's what you're looking for here.
But it's split focus. Here comes the fight. Can he get it down? He steals it away! And Trick with the godlike to take it away from Vitality as Steelback gets a revenge kill.
They haven't had to take the fights against Vitality when Vitality are 5 people strong.
Now let's see what Vitality can get done, as they are going to just melt through the health bar as Sven like it was nothing. But this wave clear is denying the push. Here comes Nuke Duck. Can he get himself a big shockwave? No, he's knocked into the rest of the team. Has to move away, swallowed into the belly of Vander, and now Cabochard is going feasting once again, and the G2 jungler is gone. Kind of like block all of the CC, because Vitality just walked through it and then get him anyways, and here they go again. So, Shockwave gonna get Sven just on first. He gets pulled back in, but Cabochard finishes him off right on the way out, and Sven's gonna have to flash away, avoiding that command attack. He gets caught up at the end on the root, and he's taken down by Steelback, evaporated in the blink of an eye. Vitality say, screw that, we can tank these towers. 38 minutes on the clock, and Team Vitality are on G2's Nexus, and if the rest of the series is going to go for anything, this is going to be one hell of a series. GG Vitality. Can Vitality take down the new Kings? We're about to find out.
Observers are hovering on this because look, that Maokai sapling, once they get this blue buff low enough, is enough to secure a blue buff cross map for the Maokai. We've seen a couple of these little starts to help out. Normally, Trick can't do too much early game, but he's forced to.
There we go, follows through, twisted advance after he flashes himself, and Expect has nowhere to go. It's first blood for the Jacks!
Top lane is where we have to focus here, not on Steelback, because Expect, there's Sejuani, he's trying to come to help.
Ooh, Cabochard's gonna be able to get one, and the bowl is gonna miss because he flashes away from it. Now, if Cabochard can get out, that would be the miracle, but he's 2 and 0 kills on this Jax already. Joko coming in, can Cabochard stay alive? Nature's Grasp is gonna root up Trick on the retreat path. And Joko keeps his top laner nice and healthy, staying alive as well, thanks to the Merc Treads, meaning he won't get CC'd as easily, but he's going to have to get through it here.
Flashes forward.
Oh boy, this could be trouble. I guess that is not enough defense in those Merc Treads after all, as Steelback pulls the Rent Stacks out for a quick kill.
Here comes the 2v1. Cabochard, you knew this was coming. You pushed way too far up.
Counter-Strike, he's going to try to take down Expect with him right now, but he knows there's not a whole lot else he can do, and Perks is even bringing up the rear, and they just keep him slowed. Leaf Strike, not enough. Throw down the Dark Sphere, and down he goes.
Backs on another engaged champion. They can set it up, but G2 go.
There we go. They got the Nature's Grasp, but let's see if they're able to do it. Glacial Fissure coming in, and in hops expect, and Sven's able to pick up that kill. Now G2 look to secure the Infernal Drake.
And, oh, Vander wants to go in. He's
Pulverize looking for a headbutt, can't quite find it. But instead they decide to turn their attention over to Trick. The tower gets taken down in all the madness, but the Dragon is still aggro. First coming in, looking to scout of the weak, and all he does is separate them. Here comes the teleport now at the backside, but Vander has already fallen to expect. Joko smites the Dragon for health, but he knows he can't do it all. Teleport canceled, Cabochard's back on top, but G2 are going to equalize on Infernal. A few minutes when it comes back up for expect. However, they have to get out alive here. Trick, they want to take this fight. All of a sudden, they get a big amount of damage AoE here, and it looks like Fate's Call is going to pull him back in. But steal back, he gets caught right under the tower right now, and left for dead. Expect is able to finish him off. As they go forward, looking for more. Now Vander getting low. Going to get turned into a side of beef in just a second, but now they've turned their attention. Expect and Trick over towards Cabochard as Sven fires the last arrow into Vander. Nuke Duck caught out, trying to zig, trying to zag, but he takes the blast cone. Duo laner for Vitality. He could come down to the smite fight. Joko, though, is caught out. And looks like G2 are peeling off this Baron, looking to take down the tree. Skin the bark is what G2 say, and they'll be able to do it with Perks picking up one more. Nuke Duck and Cabochard, the last Vitality members standing, and the weak get scattered, and the weak go down. Trick picks up Cabo, and it looks like Perks is on a killing spree. Perks is even moving through the jungle to make sure no one can flank them out as they get the Permafrost stun out, up and on. It looks like Nuke Duck's going to be the first casualty of this fight, and Steelback is not soon after. In come the cats, but Joko can only meow softly as G2 look to finish this game. G2 fire right back. Vitality needed time, but their time has run out. And thanks to Sejuani and Brum, winter has come. G2 picking themselves up the victory to equalize the series. We're going to game 3.
He doesn't die anymore to this AP cannon. But speaking of dying, Perks maybe in the middle lane.
Oh, Sky of the week, but to the skies goes Nuke Duck, and it's first blood as Joko gets the finishing kill. However, he gives his life for the effort as Trick has shown
actually having a lot of presence around his lanes with his jungle proximity. Well, he's coming in now. In fact, it's Cabochard, not Joko, that's arriving.
Surprise, top laner can gank too, and he does get himself a big stun. That's a lot of damage, even with the gray health on. Mithy is not long for the world, and Steelback will take him out.
For a teleport in from the side. Then it's on Sven to try and get the buster shot in order to blast him back. But look, Expect is here. He's about to turn into Meganar. Steelback is dead.
Nowhere he can go right now. He does get the heal on, tries to get the outplay onto Sven, but Trick, meanwhile, has already taken out Cabochard. Steelback finds himself isolated. Can he take down Sven before falling? The answer is no, and Vitality double down and lose double champion.
G2 just going to take advantage from the bottom side of the map. That is Tower First Blood going over
Wait
to
a minute, Sven! Oh,
Worth.
All right, look what's happening. They just lose themselves so much pressure by not covering the side lanes. Nuke Duck is getting baited right into Trick. Turned around, instant exhaust, doesn't matter. Buster shot back. And now it looks like they want to double down. Teleport coming in, Expect, he's hopping, he's knocked away by the hammer, and it's a hectic fight in the jungle. As Vander finds out the hard way, there are no allies coming to save him. Expect isolated as Vitality look for him. He's going to get nommed up, but it's by Mithy. That's the ally he wanted to have save his life, spit him right back out. Meganar coming in soon, but Joko, he's going to be in some trouble. There goes the big Gnar against the wall, and it's Sven that gets the kill. 3-1-3 on the Tristan.
Perks trying to find Steelback in the dark.
Okay, that's a power unleash, and oh boy was it, but Nuke Duck flashing forward over the stun, getting the kill, but it's all bait as G2 are looking for the Baron here.
Perks had a smile on his face after a bit of a facepalm. Then Nuke Duck, if you can get some poke in here.
Already done. He checked a little too deep, and in goes Trick, knocks the cask, and that's going to be Sven with another kill on the board. That Tristana is going to get out of control.
Very often anymore, when we do see it, it tends to be very lackluster, as you don't have the impact.
Looks like we're going to have an explosive finish all the same. It's Sven picking up his opposite number. Steelback falling first as Cabochard right after. That's a double kill for the Trist. The hops keep on coming. Down to the fountain they go. And it's Vander and Joko to just watch their Nexus fall. G2 Esports can finish this one off in style. And oh boy, get a little eat on, but that's about it. It was a rough ride at Rift Rivals for this G2 squad. But a few weeks later, they're on a roll.
playing Shin in a difficult matchup and really being the team player. That's what he's going to need to do because the Stand United is up. Death Sentence catches onto Hilly. Hillisang manages to make that Samex as he manages to escape. Fate's Call comes out. Glacial Prison has locked it down. Nobody's dead yet. A minute and a half to 15. Will the Unicorns of Love give up first blood? Yes, they will! A second for Reckless. Death Sentence on the back end won't find a target. Caps is now running for his life. Exile's looking to trade with the rake, the flash, the dash, the smash. Exile gets it.
Fine. You can then obviously go back and say, hey, Caps, was that 1v1 necessary? Maybe not, and then he would still been fine.
All right, let's take a look what happens. Hillisang runs in with the quickness available to him. There's a melee in the mid lane. Featherstorm's already used, but Caps is down. Exile has decided to play today. Brox is holding on to his Glacial Prison. Up on the front line, Soaz needs to take the Lantern to safety. The Bucks buy some time, but UOL get a second. They take the lead in kills. Blast going over the wall for Soaz, and Fnatic are running for their lives. The Love Hurts crew erupt in chance. Forced to use that Shadow Assault to safety. Jezz needs to get the swing and the connect to the Death Sentence. Not going to find the target yet. He does against the wall. Follows it through. There's backup from Broxa. Yes, Jezz is getting chunked down. Glacial Prison just to buy some time. Nature's Grasp going to lock down Fnatic on the retreat. Reckless finds himself a break.
Oh, he gets swallowed out. He got rooted.
The root flashed into it. Unicorns are not done yet. They're chasing down Broxa. Knocked up. The shockwave from Caps is good. Too little, too late. Not yet though.
Control ward down. Unicorns, they know that they can actually just basically click Righteous Glory and then rush in with Hillisang.
Fnatic's like, no, we were kidding.
Nature's Grasp, Xerxes got such a long range. There we go.
Look at Cats.
Kind of split up. Reckless is on the side. Chachi's taking a lot of Ren stacks automatically.
Let's remember, we want Hillisang to go in first.
Ooh,
There's a
huge
follow-up.
ulti.
Glacial Prison catches Exile. Exile's gone forward. He's assassin. Reckless Stand United. He's not down yet. All of a sudden, Exile's killed. Reckless drops immediately thereafter. That's one carry apiece. The shockwave smashes you well. A double kill. Not done yet. Fnatic chasing Unicorns of Love. It's a 3-for-3 as both teams have lost two. The Grand Entrance comes back in. The taunt, the dash. But look at the damage from Caps. He's held by Broxa. Fnatic are destroying Unicorns.
Remember, the feast can be used on Baron as well.
Death Sentence didn't find anybody. Hillisang's gone in with a flash knockup. Look at the shockwave pulling three backwards. That's already Exile down. Fnatic on the front line is Reckless. Gets silence and runs for his life. Glacial Prison buys so much time. Reckless takes down Vizicachi and Fnatic even a kill score. Inhibitor goes down as Fnatic take absolute control of the game. Only 3 members left for the Unicorns of Love. There's no Baron empowered minions. This will be a difficult defense.
Fnatic, they're hitting on the base. There's only 3 members of Unicorns left to stand in their way.
I don't think it's going to be enough. There might be a kill, though. Vizicachi's not done yet. Grand Entrance knocks up Fnatic. Yes, they got a Nexus tower, but now they're running for their lives. The Rupture slows down Soaz, and the Feral Scream does nothing more.
And it wouldn't be a Fnatic versus Unicorns of Love game without some crazy base fights where suddenly you defend the Nexus, and now we actually see another fight.
We do indeed. Hillisang trying to use the quickness to lock down Fnatic members. Vizicachi's coming up on the back end. Soaz is low, so is Broxa. Reckless is running for his life. Defensive flash from Broxa over the wall. Exile uses that Assassin's Path and Wraith to sink some diplomacy into Fnatic's back.
1.3k, 1.3k.
I'm wanting them by the way. I'm going.
I don't have it anymore.
Kalista is dead. Kalista is dead.
We are running shockwave.
I have talisman.
Nice.
Can we go?
Shed the flash,
Kill Oriana.
I take the plant.
We need to kill Oriana by the way. I think we can run into Oriana.
Silence. Slow.
Sejuani is there. I got Sejuani.
Oh my god.
Okay, we have wave. Can we get
1,000 hit points and closing in. Unicorns of Love. Hillisang looks for the quickness to clear back in. Exile's trying to find a target. Not going to find his man just yet. Brox is down though. Exile's escaped. He's managed to make it out. Reckless still untouched on the front line.
Oh, Exile did was just buy time, and Unicorns are winning.
Vizicachi though gets his man. Keep an eye on Reckless's HP. He's killed. He's down. Unicorns may have done it.
Unicorns of Love smash through Fnatic. They finally find the perfect fight. Exile doesn't die, but Unicorns of Love, they lose their AD carry.
pressure.
The ruptures and the feral screams. Chachi's throwing them out, fishing for targets. Glacial Prison. Samex, why are you there? 5 versus 4. Fnatic looking for more. Visit Chachi gets caught by the flay. Reckless is able to dash away. Now Exile's coming over the wall. Look at the damage. He's got Shadow Assault and uses it. Stand United onto Caps. Buys so much time. Visit Chachi's down. Fnatic fight back.
Remember, Fnatic, there's nothing left of the base for the Unicorns of Love. They just needed that one big team fight, and now they're looking to get the turnaround.
One Nexus turret is all that's left. Exile throws out the rake. He's trying to stop as much as he can. Caps is low. There's no minions, remember. That tower is super ultra mega beefy. Caps running for his life. There's so much damage onto Reckless. Now Reckless is dead. And Fnatic thrown it away. The shockwave. Caps is out. And Fnatic are running for their lives. There was no minions. The tower was too tanky.
They rushed for it, they couldn't take it down. Now Unicorns Aloft will turn it around. Triple kill for Exile. They will win the game, and you are not allowed to fight in the base between Unicorns and Fnatic.
You can never underestimate the power of a Unicorn. They're going to take the game.
Are you not entertained? Unicorns break Fnatic's win streak.
They're looking for a play up top side.
All right, Chain of Corruption is available. Flash comes out from Cheers. Samex is the target. Chain of Corruption gonna get fired in a moment or two. It's a Fnatic party. And Broxy gets first blood, easily going to chase down Hillesang. But what can UOL do elsewhere on the map? They're not set up yet.
They're trying to push down mid for the time being. Hillesang, he's just doing what he can to buy some time. I feel like he's still going to end up losing his life. But I feel like Fnatic are a little mad after game one.
They're going to set their sights on this mid outer here that Fnatic are trying to defend.
Classic Unicorns, group up mid, look for a fight. Right now they have caught Broxer.
A little bit of damage, going to get the Braum passive and stun. Hero's entrance comes down for Caps, as well as the Cosmic Radiance. All of a sudden, Unicorns are low. Glacial Fisher comes out from Hillesang. The fight splits in two. Chachi's running for his life as Hilly flashes defensively. Flash over the wall for Caps. Soaz, flag drag, done. Unicorns flash out to safety. Stand United buys some time. Broxer gets another. That's a fourth for Fnatic. And Exile's running for his life. In the back end, Samex has died. Cap with the Winds of War and the help of Reckless. The sixth for Fnatic. And team, I know this will be, but please just confirm it for me. If they secure it, because UOL, they want to contest.
You can see the teleport coming in. Exile is dead though. Fnatic, they're more than happy to just turn around and fight.
Look at that. Soaz goes in with a dunk. The hero's entrance knocks up UOL. Earliest Baron gets interrupted, but the Unicorns are routed and running for their lives. Exile's got the package, but it will not be enough to save the day. Soaz is on a killing spree. Brox is hungry for more. Feast is not available for further stacks, and Exile actually jumps into the fray. Glacial Prison buys some time. Caps wins of war. Will get another. 11-0. Caps runs for his life. The Dazzle finds no target as Caps may go down. Exile's on the board. The Unicorns got their first kill of the game.
I should have full of kill the ping boards. No flash bomb.
They're gonna come back.
Oh, they're me. I can shield you.
Chen.
Nice, I base TB, I base TB. Base TB, get off, dash.
If he does not die this game, it will be 21 games out of 57 that Fnatic will unlock a deathless Reckless. Reckless is sitting on the front end with that Varus. Goes over the wall thanks to some help from the rest of the squad. Soaz continues to dash forward. The Dazzles are coming out as well as a few Justice Punches, and Fnatic, well, they're having a field day with UOL.
Fnatic with the go button, they just cannot stomp. These tanks are supercharged right now. 27 minutes into the game, they are steamrolling over Unicorns.
Baron buff hasn't even ended. Reckless on a rampage. Broxer gets another. 14 of the 18 kills. Fnatic in one Baron buff. Destroy Unicorns of Love.
Fnatic in one draft destroy Unicorns of Love.
And on that bombshell, they're not done yet. The Shield of Duran under the tower. The Winions knock it down. And Fnatic crush UOL. Solo laners cannot afford to go mid to late. Exile and Caps trading very heavily. I don't know if Caps He was aware of that.
can win this, he can win this.
Cleanse comes down. Twin Fangs available. Exile and Caps.
I knew it! He was out of mana! He was out of mana!
And Exile was just waiting for the Q reset. Early levels, it's not that.
Yes.
Yes.
Here comes Samix.
Nope.
They know it. Yes, no. Rupture manages to catch onto Samix. Ashura does as well. So does the flash death sentence. Jesus
It was a yes.
is God.
They were able to get a return kill onto Exile. Now level 11 completed the Duskblade. I don't think this is safe.
Well, Teleport actually completes a Vizichachi. Death sentence as well. Silenced and poisoned.
I think you're right.
Caps easily picks up a kill onto the unsafe TP.
When you TP in, you know where they're gonna land. Usually it's behind that tower, so when the root comes down, you no longer have the dashes, you don't have the flash. Easy hook follow-up from Jez's. That's another kill going over to Fnatic, and again, this risky early game path.
The hook and the knock-up. Samix brings in Caps and the Twin Fangs plus Reckless for another kill.
Now level 11 completed the Duskblade. I don't think this is safe.
Wow, Teleport actually completes a Vizichachi. Death sentence as well. Silenced and poisoned.
I think you're right.
Caps easily picks up a kill onto the unsafe TP.
When you TP in, you know where they're gonna land. Usually it's behind that tower, so when the root comes down, you no longer have the dashes, you don't have the flash. Easy hook follow-up from Jez's. That's another kill going over to Fnatic, and again, this risky early game path.
The hook and the knock-up. Samix brings in Caps and the Twin Fangs plus Reckless for another kill.
And we're getting to that point now where Fnatic's composition, the tanks become harder to kill. The Cassiopeia and Ashe will start having some damage to deal. And Uniconsolov, the AD carry's not there yet. He needs time. And Uniconsolov solo laners who needed to snowball the early game have not really done that.
Oh, here come Fnatic. I think the faithful will be happy. The silence, the Ash Arrow, and the stun. Fnatic get their 7th kill of the game, their 3rd tower, and a 3,000 gold lead. Petrifying Gaze catches out Xerxes. He's silenced, grounded, can't get anywhere. Caps goes down to Exile. That's at least something for UOL. Vizichachi gets another onto Jizzes. Reckless Brox and so is going to back away. UOL at least find a few kills.
Some of the key engage tools were gone. I mean, they could actually stay forward, but they're ready very soon.
Well, and they jump over the wall once again. Jizzes defensive flash out. Arctic Assault by some time for Hylissang to escape, and Fnatic, they maintain a 3,500 gold lead, but Cataclysm is up for Soaz in a moment or two. Rupture not going to get
Run, Soaz, run!
Soaz looks for the dunk, manages to get it, manages to pick up the solo kill.
Unfortunately,
They look like they ran onto that passive, actually.
yeah, that Blade of the Ruin King not going to help you that much as a good knock-up there from Broxer.
All right, Flash comes out as well. That's over the wall. Exile's looking for Capped. Petrifying Gaze stuns up Exile. He jumps onto Reckless, and Seduction Diplomacy won't be enough. Some of those things on stage,
You know,
right?
they still got Splyce behind them right now, and
Yep.
they did get a 2-0. They're playing tomorrow as well against Misfits. If they can win that one, suddenly Splyce are pretty close, but let's see. Relecton.
Well, he's
dead.
already taken down. I think Broxer got that with the feast as well.
Good old true damage ulti.
I absolutely love this miasma follow-up every single time from Caps. It just makes the pick potential so strong as Fnatic group up in the bottom lane. They're looking to break into the rest of the base of the Unicorns.
And I'm even more excited about what this means for Fnatic. Reckless is playing meta AD carries. They've got the meta tanks on lockdown. And take a look at that. Hylissang's locked down as well. Shadow Assault comes up. Exile instantly gets shut down. He takes Reckless with him. That will not be another deathless game for Reckless, but it's a triple kill for Caps, and Fnatic are pouring into the base. The Nexus turrets are the focus, and there is no Unicorns left to defend. Fnatic are 4 men strong. Stand into a bit of a dance under the fountain, letting the super minions do the work for them. Shut down Vizichachi one last time. And Fnatic are one step closer to Paris. They're going to playoffs.
Splyce coming out significantly ahead from that.
That's the double for PoE. Misfits may just run it down mid.
Splyce is just going to push through on this. There's no way of stopping them.
But you need all your teammates to try and defend against these Misfits.
I know for sure we're a better team than Splyce.
He flashing away after the Featherstorm. Misfits, they are tanky enough. Pull them together. Now Kiss, says Maxlor.
I'll say Trashy is a one-trick Gragas, and if we ban Gragas and put him on Lee Sin, he's for sure to fail an insect or something, and we can get a free win there.
Profit hole up in the top lane. That's ruined my points, Splyce. Good kill, Trashy. Well done.
I think some of his flaws is his champion pool, and he sometimes tend to be a Lee Sin one trick.
I channel D. I go.
This is fighting, guys.
No flash. Nice.
I think playing as much should be really easy. We just bend the Lee Sin, and then if he plays Gragas, it's free win for us because it's probably the worst Gragas I've ever seen in my life.
Misfits on the way in. In comes FLICKR. Can they get the fight afterwards? Maxwell, can you take it? That's it! Misfits, now they're going to play cleanup a Baron.
Well, to all my haters, we'll see in a few years' time when I win Worlds if you're going to still be hating.
Welcome to Berlin for our final matchup in cross-group play. Misfits Gaming and Splyce, they both took a dominant win in their series on Friday, and tonight only one of them will stand victorious as they go head-to-head in this crucial standoff. You see some of the guys getting on the stage, but honestly not worried what they're doing right now. That was some mad trash talk. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos, breaking down the action with Andrew Bedieste and Henning Eklund. What was your favorite trash talk moment? Personally, my favorite was Mickey saying, this is literally the worst Gragas ever.
I love how they all think that Maxlor's the Lee Sin one trick, and then Maxlor's like, yeah, well, he's just a Gragas one trick. So they're gonna ban out Gragas and Lee Sin, and now they're like, oh no, we've got no junglers left to play. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We'll see. Maybe new tanks. Maybe not. Maybe no one's a one trick anymore because everybody's gonna play Cho'Gath, right? So
probably.
Well, yesterday, Fnatic and Unicorns of Love squared off in one of the most thrilling series of 2017. The top team from Group A did lose Game 1, but managed to strike back and pull off a comeback win. Now, Fnatic has been 5-0 against the teams from Group B, and overall, I'd say a pretty impressive series.
Yeah, Fnatic, they looked pretty good. Game 1 was very exciting from both teams. UOL demonstrating that they still know how to team fight, which is always good, considering that was one of their biggest strengths. But Fnatic came back and they said, oh, you might know how to team fight, but I don't think you know enough tank champions. So into Game 2 and Game 3, they certainly made up.
I'm so sad that's what this come to. Is that what it felt like, Henning? Was it all about the tanks?
Apparently not from the Unicorns of Love. They decided to bring out a bit of a cheese in the mid lane there. Exile going for talent twice, maybe thinking that the Duskblade lethality meta is going to beat out the tanks, but as he and his team had to learn in that series, tanks were stronger, and Fnatic just looked so solid in all aspects of the game.
Tanks definitely top of the food chain right now. Well, Fnatic, with that win, have secured a spot in the summer playoffs and are looking to take first place in the upcoming weeks. And as we look at the standings, I have to say, not what we would have expected from the start of the season.
No, I mean, the fact is right now, Fnatic, they sit atop the group, very far away from teams like G2 and Misfits, but Group B is the one that I have my eyes on because of how close the standings are right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be really motivating for the team that we're going to be seeing up on stage later today. Splyce, to see UL go 0-2 in series this week, and H2K going 0-1, losing out against G2. So Splyce have the opportunity to catch up to the top two teams if they play well today.
And you see a similar story for Misfits. A lot of teams sitting at that 6-3 record. Well, overall, it has been an incredibly exciting week for us here at the EU LCS. So tweet at us. Let us know what you thought was the most exciting. Maybe it was that lethality isn't here like it is in solo queue. You let us know on Twitter at LO Esports using the hashtag EU LCS. Big plays. I want to see him. I vote Exile 1v1 outplay, but let me know what you think. Maybe you thought something was nicer. Maybe the Talon, just in general, was your favorite thing. Well, Misfits Gaming and Splyce, they're both fighting for this third place spot, and it's important that they find a victory today as they continue that fight. And both teams so far this week have had incredibly convincing performances, both played on Friday, and I feel like Misfits Gaming especially showed an incredibly dominant series against the Monkeys.
They certainly did. Misfits, they are a team that seem to have a very strong early game. I think it's difficult to argue with that based off of their recent performances. And you can see when they went up against Mysterious Monkeys, even though Misfits Monkeys did challenge them, the reality is they have strong individual laners that are always looking to make plays, great early jungle presence coming out from MaxLaw, and this is where they build a lot of their leads. But they take a lot of risks later on into the game, and that's where things get a little bit chaotic, and that's where you do see fine teams coming back into these series.
Yeah, maybe a few more opportunities than they should have been afforded, and there were still some mistakes as we look at Splyce 2 in their series against NIP. It wasn't exactly perfect.
Yeah, in the end, a convincing 2-0 sweep, but as a team that's looking to contest for the top spots, you're not supposed to have that much trouble in the early game against NIP that we saw Splyce having. Also in the series against G2 earlier, they had a lot of trouble in the early game specifically, so that's where I'm looking for Splyce to put their attention to repair that. Going after the early game, though, into the mid-late game team fights, we know that they are an incredibly solid team. They rarely make individual mistakes, and they are like the big difference between these two teams to me is Splyce's unwillingness to take risks compared to, as Andy said, the willingness to take risks from Misfits, like going for this 22, 23-minute Barons against the Monkeys. That's going to be the big difference to me.
Yeah, you can just see from the stats on screen right now that Misfits are a team that will get a lot of leads during the early game. They're extremely active, but you can see that they have a rather high death count too, and that's because once they hit the 15-minute mark, they try to go for these risky tower dives. They try to go for these all-in plays, and Splyce are the kind of team that are very good at reacting to that, because they're not super proactive, but they're very smart about how they play the game, and when they see that window, they're exceptionally good at punishing it.
And when we look at that, then who is this going to benefit more? Because from what you've told me, even if Misfits are a team that can get early leads, if they're the team that makes mistakes, then it feels like Splyce may still have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, because what we want to see from Misfits is their ability to properly close out games, because from week to week, we've seen them get these early leads against top teams, but then they make these overcommitments, they make these crucial mistakes where things then fall apart. And what we don't want to see them doing is the same sort of mistakes from Splyce. Whereas Splyce, I don't think they need to be super proactive in the early game, but I do want to see them doing more later on, because right now I think they're a little too slow and they wait for their opponents to make that mistake.
Yeah, may be the case. Now, the new meta, another thing that we've been talking a lot about over the course of the week. Henning, I'm curious, who do you think this benefits more, all of these tanks coming into the picture?
I'd say that from our discussion right now and looking at the champions that have been popular and the play styles, just going for these early team fights, running it down mid, as some people like to call it, with these ARAM comps, so to speak, I'd have to say that benefits Misfits more. Get MaxLaw and Alfari on two of these big tanks that can initiate the fights, get some Righteous Glorious or perhaps even a Sivir in there just to speed them up and be able to force the fights. I think what we've been seeing from Splyce are more of the top lane carries, trying to go for these sort of the more fancy 1-3-1 comps that can be hard to execute, and I think in the end that doesn't fit the meta as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm curious to see how the jungle meta will evolve, what MaxLaw and Trashy are looking to bring out. We have seen a few interesting picks, but the one I'm thinking of is Skarner. I do think that if we're going to see it, it could be today.
All right, well, Misfits and Gaming, or Misfits Gaming, ooh, still not used to that. And Splyce need to fight for a win here in the top spot. Let's send it over to the casters for our final series of cross-group play. Bleh.
Thank you very much to Dracos and the boys. Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshow here to bring you this matchup with James Trace O'Leary.
This should be a great matchup. Misfits, Splyce, both are in the middle of their group, and both are on great form on this patch. This should be really exciting.
I'm looking forward to it. MaxLaw and Trashy having a lot of fun off the Rift. Let's see what they do on the Rift. And let's remind you who else is playing with MaxLaw. Of course, Power of Evil in the mid lane, as well as Hans Summer, who really had a fantastic Kalista game on Friday. I want to see what he plays today and how he shows up.
Oh, even tweeted that maybe the Draven comes back, but of course their opponents have been looking on great form themselves, and you mentioned in the middle lane Power of Evil looking great, while Senkux, his opposite number, looking fantastic on the Syndra earlier in the week. Great performance on Splyce out of it as a whole, really fast, active play, and that's what I want to see drafted from both teams.
All right, we're about to jump into picks and bans for the final time in cross-group play. It is, of course, Group A, Misfits taking on Group B, Splyce. And Stress, we were looking at the stakes of this game. Not only will the winner of Misfits or Splyce be in the 6 series wins, 3 series losses bucket, where H2K, UOL, and G2 will be.
It's a good bucket.
It's a great bucket to be in. But this also determines which group is better.
Yep.
Because the head-to-head's tied at 12 series apiece.
It has been a close cross-group play, but we know everything now on 7-14 is about the number of tanks. Those basically are the most important numbers coming out of pick ban phase. And with Caitlyn taking away one of the AD carries that can do well against tanks later on into the game, and just a lane-dominant one, we're obviously going along the same route that we've seen in most games here. Zac banned out from the jungle as well.
Yeah, no real surprises. MaxLaw got his hands on that Zac. Earlier in the week, Elise taken off the table as well. No real surprises yet. Thresh, the only thing that's coming to mind, especially with Ignar on Misfits.
Yeah, that's a big pick for the support. We've also got to look at the Cho'Gath, the Sejuani, the Braum, the Maokai. These 4 champions have been paired together quite well over the last few days, specifically Maokai Cho'Gath, and then the Sejuani and Braum. Rek'Sai is a jungler that we have seen in days gone by out of Trashy, and we heard so much of the discussion about Gragas here. So Misfits actually maybe giving Splyce this very favorable jungle for them.
And we heard Splyce, Mickey in particular, saying ban Lee Sin, and that means Maxwell's gone. And of course, Maxwell saying ban Gragas, and that means Trashy's gone. We'll see if that happens in phase 2 of picks and bans, because as it stands, it's Cho'Gath to round out the bans, and a first pick Kalista.
And this was one of the champions that Hans Sama looked so great on the other day, and it's a champion that we were speaking to Wadid about, how dominant it can be in the laning phase, how good it is in the early skirmishes, can actually contend with a lot of the tankier champions before they get there. But look across the rift, Sejuani potentially the pickup here after the Braum. They're the champions that their passives pair very well together, multiple chain stacks, and that is exactly what Splyce have gone for.
Or Maxwell going to be hovering the Kayn. I actually had a really good chat pre-game with Trashy about the Kayn, and I said, listen, are you playing? And he says, yes, he's playing in solo queue. So what can you tell me about Kayn? And Trashy said, well, I suck at this champion. So I'm like, not quite what I was looking for, Trashy, but I respect your honesty. And of course, both of these guys are going to go with the slightly more meta picks. It is that Maokai has the option to flex top, but I'm expecting it in Maxwell's hands. He ran it earlier in the week as well.
Yeah, most likely to be in that jungle role. We've seen the tricky starts you can also see from the jungle with the sapling getting the blue buff halfway across the map we saw earlier on. Misfits, I think, have been actually the most consistent team of playing this aggressive play style, looking for team fights, and their mid lane pick in phase 1 fits right into that. Orianna ball delivery now with the Maokai has worked historically so very well.
Yeah, Power of Evil, definitely one of his most played champions. You might be interested to learn it is undefeated in summer. 5 games played, 5 wins under his belt. And will Power of Evil continue that streak? Splyce are going to lock in the Syndra, so 80 carry pool at risk of being targeted here, but Kobbe has quite a plethora of champions available to him. And we need to see what each team will prioritize in phase 2.
Both teams already drafting towards what they won with earlier in the week, and I think that makes for a very interesting matchup as we go through this one, talking about how both are on top form now. You look at a mid lane matchup where Senkux can maybe take the edge early on, but we know Orianna doesn't lose the lane that hard, so Power of Evil will have impact in this game. That is unless Trashy maybe gets some of that early game impact into the middle lane.
Well, let's see what Trashy can do. A little difficult on Sedge early on, but got the tools of a Syndra to set him up. Phase 2, support's banned out, so Ignar's going to lose his primary engage tools. Thresh is gone, Rakan is gone. Jax is the target from Misfits towards Wonder.
But Misfits can still look to play the Alistar. It's fine into the Braum with the Kalista, very strong engage potential. Again, another tank, even better than a lot of tank supports because you just get the damage reduction, and that makes Alistar all that more prominent earlier on in the game. So if Misfits can at least get an even top lane matchup, maybe we'll see them prioritize the Renekton or potentially the Jarvan matchup. We've seen both of those commonly picked. I think that would round out Misfits' composition very well.
Well, of the games that have been played by Alfari and Wonder this week, 3 of them were with Jarvan. Both games on the side of Misfits for Alfari. We'll see if he decides to go with it again. It is the Varus locked in for Kobbe. Definitely his most played champion. This split 6 games. This will be the 7th time. And he's got himself a 50% win rate on that.
And the aim here is to try and maybe get a little bit more of that laning presence here down in the bottom lane. Not going for an Ashe to start fights, looking to at least contend with some of the push that comes through. If Misfits do, in fact, go this Jarvan, it basically makes it difficult for Wonder to go the Renekton route. And with Jax banned away, now we have to look into other matchups, potentially, that scale into the game, have some of that side lane presence. We know Wonder likes to play the Kled.
Ooh, cleared into Jarvan would be interesting. Rumble's available as well. Most played. Let's see if he wants to go that route. He needs to decide. A few seconds locked in. All right, so now, Trundle.
This is an interesting one. I've heard that a couple of supports are trying to play the Trundle into Braum. Of course, Trundle great in a tank meta because your ultimate shreds away so much resistance. Pair that with the fact that you can actually disrupt quite a lot in the lane, have a decent amount of sustain and damage. I actually wonder how this bottom lane is going to go because you just throw Ignar in, he lands the pillar afterwards, and maybe we'll see Misfits with a very difficult to contend with bottom lane matchup here.
Oh, very, very exciting indeed. So Trundle's support for Ignar, bringing back an old classic, and of course a Camille lock-in for Wonder. This makes me very happy. Not only is it a carry in the top lane, Wonder's played it once before and won, but when I rang the Misfits shame bell 2 or 3 weeks ago, when Misfits threw a 9,000 gold lead against H2K, it was because of Camille. It was Odawamne's Camille. And let's see whether or not Wonder can do the same level of performance and get that bell ringing in favor of Splyce.
Yeah, that quadra kill really shut the game out for Misfits, but Misfits with a very team fight focus. Kalista, Orianna, Maokai, Jarvan, all about grouping. On the other side, Splyce, they have some decent potential themselves, but it's a little bit more around pick oriented when you look at the Syndra, the Sejuani, longer range, not necessarily having to fully commit into fights until the Camille goes in.
And this is exactly what the analyst desk was talking about. Some more complexity to the Splyce comp, a split push champion in the Camille playing those side lanes. Let's see if Splyce can make it work, because if it were Battle of the Tanks, Misfits have already won that one, Stress.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, because Trundle, as we said, will be able to shred away so much of the resistances as well. So you neutralize any hope of tankiness that Splyce had already got. So I like this added complexity, being ready for the support pick, and Splyce, they're going to have a lot to contend with in that bottom lane. I'm looking forward to the bottom lane matchup.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on that and exactly how it plays out in a moment or two. It is the last game of cross-group play here in the European LCS. Misfits Gaming taking on Splyce.
Interesting support itemization to start this one off. You would maybe assume that Trundle, being a melee champion, somebody that can build tanky, would go the Relic Shield, but of course Coin got changed on 7.14. Once you've finished the quests, you'll get not only that extra movement speed for your allies moving towards you, but remember, Talisman of Ascension is so strong in this meta as well. You get everybody just speeding into the fight. So I wonder whether that is exactly what Ignar's looking for. Get into the fight after Kalista throws Trundle in first.
Yeah, bring the rest of the team with you if you can. A lot of engaged tools on the side of Misfits. And of course, Ignar, not the biggest of playmakers in a Trundle, but has the ability to impact a lot of plays. I'm looking at the summoner spells very quickly. Stress, you talked about the pick potential of the Splyce composition. So I like the cleanse on Power of Evil's side. A lot of hard CC that can come in and lock him down. Power of Evil, of course, he went for that Frost Queen's claim when he played Syndra earlier in the week. I want to see what sort of itemization shenanigans he has in Orianna.
Well, we know his Orianna can get that Nash's Tooth to come through. That was predominantly in the auto-attack tradings in the matchup he was playing. I believe it was into Lucian, trying to just out-auto him. But in this circumstance, I think he's actually going to be okay just going the standard route, get some of that later game damage. And the cleanse you mentioned, we've seen the impact of a Sejuani walking mid lane and just throwing the ultimate out and getting a kill from it. So wanting to protect from that. But as we see Maxlow go through his early jungle, this is something that we're going to go very accustomed to, especially with the Maokai, is you can walk between camps, pick up multiple camps quickly at the beginning of the game, and maybe even go mid lane, flash in, try and get a summoner to begin the game.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on Maxlaw, having a little bit of trouble with that Raptor camp at the start. Finally going to clear this one out. Not the quickest of Maokai starts, but it was a defensive fan from the Misfits squad. No real hard leashes from either duo lane either, something that we've seen actually a lot this week, I feel. Let's see what this does to the early impact. Ignar, we're going to be moving forward. The race for level 2 looks like it's going to be somewhat in favor of Kobe and Mickey. There we go, a few minions ahead. And instantly Hans Summon Ignar back away.
And this is because there was at least a little leash given by Hans Summer and Ignar on the bottom side. It's one of the things that makes blue side pretty strong right now with the Maokai when you compare it together. The ability for bot lane to go there. But as you said, I think the big Raptor actually leashed back into the camp and dropped some of the extra health. We saw a bit of taunting earlier from Maxlaw on Twitter, preparing Wonder that he might be coming topside, but Maxlaw's not quite there yet. Looked for the opportunity after getting Rift Scuttler, but Wonder's getting pushed under his tower. Alfari has the ability to push this in early on, but Wonder's playing for later in the game. You mentioned the split push threat. That's where he's going to take over in this game.
Let's see whether or not Splyce can stay in control long enough, because a Talisman of Ascension, plus Maokai, plus Kalista Ultimate, plus Jarvan, one of the best ways to shut down split pushes engage, and Misfits have got engaged for days. There's just so many tools available to them, and then you look at, you know, the lack of mobility on a Varus and a Syndra. It's very juicy, very easy targets for Misfits to engage upon.
That's part of the reason why we see Senkux going Ghost here. If he can avoid an engage he can see coming in the middle lane, then at least that might help him out, because Syndra, when you have no flash, very difficult to get out alive in a lot of circumstances. But both teams have actually been very vocal for once in a matchup here in the EU LCS. You heard the intro to the beginning of the game, but throwing a bit of shade between each other.
It's really nice. I mean, there is a camaraderie off air and you know, off stage, but the moment these guys take to the Rift, then it is, you know, bitter enemies and playing for all the marbles, especially with so much on the line. Joining the 3 other teams currently at 6 series wins and 3 series losses. That's what's at stake here for Splyce and Misfits. So Stress, 5 minutes in, even Stevens here across the board. Which lane is going to crack first and why?
I want to see the Misfits approach into middle lane, try and punish this Syndra. That's where I would like to see the game crack first. I want to see Maxlaw get into this lane, get the summoners down. But at the same time, Trashy is farming up very quickly, trying to hit that level 6 mark himself, and that's where he can turn that back around. If Trashy hovers mid lane, denies any impact from Maxlaw, then Splyce can offset some of it.
Well, Trashy's been jumped on by Maxlaw now. The Twisted Advance comes in, and as well a couple of saplings, and I want to look at Trashy's performances from earlier in the week. We'll get that in a moment or two as Hunt, Summer, and Cobby, they're trading back and forth. Unbreakable comes down as that pillar of ice, although it's not really ice on this skin,
pillar of
comes
junk.
up. There we go. The old school, traditional Trundle, as it were. But yeah, you know, Trashy's stats from earlier in the week, just really good performance. Admittedly, both Misfits and Splyce crushed their relative opponents, but those are just phenomenal, Stress.
Yeah, it's what we needed to see out of Trashy. We like to see this activity where on tank play, he can get fights started. You can see his kills and assists of 15. Pretty high for a jungler here, 2.5. Able to just be active on the map. And we threw a lot of criticism Trashy's way that he didn't seem to be doing much at the beginning of the split and throughout spring. And we said, okay, we need to see Trashy first of all expand his champion pool and then become more active. Luckily, the meta has expanded his champion pool significantly in the play style he likes, and that's why I think Splyce are on the up here in Group B.
It's actually something we have been talking about for a while.
Yeah.
Trashy on tanks, very comfortable. Senkux, all these weird and wonderful champions, like the mid lane is just so versatile. And then, of course, Wonder can play carries, can play tanks. You can see him on the Camille now. Let's see what he can do. Is 714's pushed a little bit more tanks to the front line. Slightly,
just a few.
Just a few.
Just a couple.
Slightly less of those like real hard carry top laners. But there's still options here for Wonder, and he needs to make his Camille work.
I like the emphasis the Misfits have put on the topside vision control here, trying to deny Trashy a couple of his camps, push him further back from that level 6 point, and it gave Power of Evil a good amount of room to work with in the laning phase here. You can see both mid laners are level 6. A little down in CS for Power of Evil, but that's to be expected against the Syndra when they're moving up in lane, pressuring you. And I actually just think the focus from Misfits is right here. Deny Trashy's ability into that middle lane as well.
And of course, the observers just zoomed out and highlighted the vision of Misfits, showing those deep wards that came from Maxlaw successfully going on that small invade a few moments ago, trading evenly with Trashy, and then just getting that information, right, allows Misfits just to keep farming up, get closer to their items, and, well, just wait to engage ARAM style.
Those small trades in the jungle, you've got to remember the passive on Maokai. You get the health back on the cooldowns when you've spent a bunch of abilities around your opponent, and that's why Trashy couldn't take the trade. He didn't have items that enabled him to output enough damage to offset Maxlaw's sustain. But look, Trashy has been able to farm up. He's hit that level 6 mark here. We're going to wait and see whether he throws it out to the middle lane. Power of Evil taking an opportune moment to recall, pick up the lost chapter for himself and get back into the laning phase. But now is the point where he has to worry about Sejuani coming to visit.
Yeah, luckily got the flash and the cleanse available to him. So no real, not a huge risk as long as he uses those effectively. But yeah, we got even CS, 62 to 69 in the top, 63, 69 middle, 74, 74, 80 carries. Trashy's done relatively well of getting a little bit ahead of his opposing number, but it only equates to 200 gold. And this might be the first little trading as we look at Alfari and Wonder going toe-to-toe. Similar story down in the bottom lane, but Mickey really easily blocks it up. So neither team making a risky play. Both teams content to play this slow and steady. And nobody's really made any big plays, you know, like this is kind of expected, maybe from the Splyce side. They've got some scaling on their side. They want to play the map later. Misfits, do they need to make something happen quicker?
Misfits right now aren't necessarily rushing to make a play. They do want a little bit more time to get items on Power of Evil. Alphari as well needs a little extra time for itemization. But you can see that the scaling isn't terrible on Splyce either. They're getting towards that Blade of the Ruined King on Cobby. Same for Senkux once he has his first item. That's a good time for Splyce to fight. One thing that I think is not hindering Splyce, but makes it more difficult to play their regular playstyle is this Braum from Mickey. Can't easily roam out of the lane. Mickey loves to go mid lane, loves to try and get exchanges started with Trashy and Senkux in the middle lane, and he can't quite do it as easily here. He has to be in the lane with Cobby, because otherwise Hansama throws Ignar out for a 2v1, gets a kill in the bottom lane. So that's why we've got this slower pace from both teams. A lot more about jungle vision control and trying to just find any small opening rather than just going all guns blazing.
Yeah, jungle vision control, you can see kind of mirrored if you look at the minimap. Both teams with fairly shallow defensive wards and then fairly shallow offensive wards as well. As we get a toggle, Trashy's going to be meandering across a number of Misfits wards, so they'll spot him out. And of course, now we're clearing out some vision in the mid lane. We'll talk a little bit more about this Power of Evil versus Senkux matchup. Both guys looking better and better as time goes on. You can see some of their stats from week 7 doing well. Typical as we talk about it. A little bit of an engage from Trashy, but they get the flash. That's the important one. And to bring us back to mid lane, Senkux carrying more with a high damage percentage because his AD carry was not Hansama on Kalista.
No, his AD carry wasn't, but here's the Shockwave middle lane.
All right, trading. Good damage for PoE, but no follow-up.
No follow-up, but Senkux on this Syndra, that's what we were mentioning in the champion select for this game, was Senkux had dominant performances. A 20 KDA is insane on the series when it looks like Senkux is actually back on form, because remember, it's been a while that we've been saying, hey, Senkux hasn't been performing the best. He's kind of ranked towards the bottom of mid lane. As this split, he's been showing up a lot better than before.
You know, he's played 10 different champions across the 18 games. Not one of them more than 3 times until today. This is the 4th game played on Syndra. And in picks and bans, Stress, I mentioned Power of Evil undefeated in his Orianna at 5-0 this split. Senkux is 3-0 on his Syndra. So one of them...
Somebody's got to lose.
Exactly. Yesterday was Soaz and Vizichachi on their respective Shen and Jarvan picks, in which case Soaz came out on top. And now today, one of Power of Evil or Senkux will remain undefeated. It's a 500 gold lead for Splyce, and we just keep seeing the trading, waiting for those item spikes. Triforce for Camille, Blade of the Ruined King being worked towards for Cobby, Nomicon for Senkux, and well, the farm alarm is ringing true.
Yeah, it's not the loudest alarm right now. I'm interested with the mid lane meta and how it's going to progress. I'm wondering whether teams are going to start bringing back picks like Azir in order to deal with tank frontliners. His lane matchups aren't exactly the best, and the reason that I talk about this is one of these champions you can see on your screen, the Maokai, is very difficult to deal with for most mages. Can burn his flash by jumping on him quite quickly with Camille, though. And Maxlor now, that means his engage in the middle lane a little less potent than you normally would presume.
I have to question the analysts on our analyst desk, talking a lot about Splyce not being very proactive in the early game. Now, admittedly, this hasn't been the most active of early games, but Trashy gets Alphari's flash with the gank up top. Wonder on a roam gets Maxlaw's flash, catching him in the river. And by flash economics, Splyce have a window of opportunity where they can make an investment pay off.
Flash economics.
Oh yes, I'm going to try and make this a thing.
Okay.
It's a thing that Deficio started talking about a few weeks back, and how the saving and spending of flashes can win or lose you profits in game, and that's what I want to see.
Okay, if Deficio is talking about it, that means everybody else is going to be talking about it soon.
Correct.
So
I'm getting on the bandwagon early. I'm joining. See what I mean? Flash economics, right? Trashy's got his ultimate up. Alphari spent that investment. And here comes Trashy, gonna jump over the wall. The flail goes out. Baby cage put down, as does the Cataclysm, and first blood secured by Splyce.
Good first blood, as he said, utilizing the difference in flash economics in the top lane there. I'm not going to buy into that this early on. It's a nice concept, talking about that. You just got to re-gank the flash being down. It's as simple as that. You don't need economics classes, you don't need to study, you don't need a degree. Just re-gank the guy that doesn't have flash. And in this meta, it's likely to work 9 times out of 10, because with this amount of crowd control, look, Alphari desperately tries to outplay here, but as soon as the ultimatum is down, it stops his flag and drag. You see, it would have taken him out, but you can't get out of the ultimate. Crowd control lands, easy kill, and we needed to see Splyce get Wonder ahead. Now, not only does he pick up the kill, they also get tower first blood for him up in the top lane. That's going to allow this Camille to get faster and faster into this game.
Huge swing. Trashy's able to punish the flashless Alphari, and this allows Splyce to get 2,000 gold lead. All right, Hans Summer hops over the wall, stands on the blast cone, and whoa, actually out of range for that one. That was quite funny. Uses the pierce to then get over the wall again.
Not as, at least not as desperate as Betsy's last week.
Yes! Was that on the Corki as well?
Yeah,
Betsy's
it was.
Corki.
Oh, that was so sad. H2K had a great laugh at that in H2 What this week.
Many more people did as well.
That's true.
Although, yes, as you mentioned, Hans Summer not in desperate need to escape. He doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King yet because, of course, went for the early Berserker's Greaves, whereas Kobe on the other side has completed that Blade of the Ruined King and returns to lane.
A lot of that's to do with the fact that you can just get back to lane faster, make sure you can defer a lot of the push power of this Varus. Kallista's fine at pushing, but against a Varus, you can't really match up to that kind of pace. That's one of the reasons we've seen that, as Misfits will end up recalling. Now, they don't have a top lane tower. I don't know whether they're going to all-in commit to the top lane and try and take out Wonder, but look at how far Wonder is looking to push up here. There's a few wards here. I believe he spotted out Maxwell, and Trashy is coming around to the top lane as well. So there is the opportunity here for an engage, but I actually think Splyce is going to back away without taking anything.
Yeah, observers are doing such a great job of highlighting Misfits' vision throughout the course of that river move. We actually followed a Callista Sentinel. That may be the first time I've consciously watched a Callista Sentinel flying up the river for vision, but it did a great job of showing how much information Misfits are working with. It didn't prevent them giving up First Blood and First Blood Tower. However, do you want to praise the fact they've got this defensive vision, and now they need to use this comp. They've got first items picked up, Muranonomicon, Blade of the Ruined King now for PoE and Hans Summer, and they got engaged for days.
Normally we only look at Callista Sentinels when they're stuck in a Baron pit.
That's it,
so
that's it.
Don't really look too much more out of that. You talk about the engage, of course we got to look at what primary engage Misfits have. You can see potentially Hans Summer with the Callista ultimate, also the Jarvan ultimate are good tools, and then from that, Maxlaw. If you can get that ultimate through the fight, all of those, is he Meowka? Yeah, all of those cats with the Nature's Grasp meowing through the fight will lock everybody down. Very difficult to deal with once that animation has started. The slow onslaught of roots that will ground an entire team fight.
We're not helped out by the RNG gods today. Cloud Drake into Cloud Drake. So for two teams that kind of want to fight, or at least on the Misfits side, you want to look for those objectives to contest and, you know, do battle over. Generally speaking, people are not going to lay their lives on the line for a Cloud. Misfits, though, did get the first one uncontested.
First one, and I guess Splyce now will change up the focus. Look, Camille is recalling out. The problem for Wonder here is he can't push past pretty much the midpoint in his lane. And until he can actually get further out on the map, he's not actually going to have any real impact in this split push. He'll be able to keep his farm up, and maybe if they commit Trashy over to the side lane, say if Alphari looks to be a defender up in the top lane, that is an area they could exploit, there being no tower for Misfits, but it is a dangerous game that we're going to have to see Wonder and the rest of Splyce play out very carefully.
Yeah, let's step back and once again just talk about these two teams, both at 5 series wins and 3 losses. Let's see whether or not Splyce can get a good advantage here. Both teams grouping up at the mid lane. Trashy got that Glacial Prison available to him. A lot of follow-up with Kobe and Mickey and Senkax. The AoE crowd control. Very, very powerful. But ARAM comp, new target assigned. Bottom lane, you can see Power of Evil thinking about it, moving with the rest of Misfits, but playing it so safe, Stress. Why are they going so slow?
One of the reasons is the fact that their movement speed items haven't been completed yet. So we got the Glacial Shroud looking for the Righteous Glory on Maxlow. Once he's got that, he'll feel a lot more confident just running at people. Same Talisman of Ascension hasn't been completed. I believe the quest has been completed by Ignar for a little while now. Has that reward to allow them to run a lot faster towards him. Great.
Thank you, Curbs. Curbs, I think you're onto something as well. Let's definitely keep track of that as Misfits gonna build up their movement economics. No, that's going too far.
Are you and Martin going into like dodgy online universities? Ooh,
we'll find out. Flash is blown. Senkuk's able to escape there. That was a little interesting. They walked onto Power of Evil's Shockwave and then decided to back away from the tower.
Yeah, Shockwave just used to deny any kind of a push, but Cobby, meanwhile, was pushing in the bottom lane. So that's at least a nice little opening from Splyce, recognizing that they can kind of soft commit into the middle lane, not take a fight, but buy enough time for Cobby to be pushing bottom lane. And Splyce are slowly edging their lead further and further. From what felt like a very close game, has now opened up to about a 3,000 gold lead, nearly 4,000 in fact, in favor of Splyce. A lot of it through the farm in the top lane and in the jungle. Mid lane with a CS lead as well, but the tower advantage is the majority of this gold, and that benefits Splyce. You've got a Camille that wants to play out on a wider map. You want to have more opportunity as the rest of the team will sit towards the middle lane and just play defensive.
Yeah, and of course the Rift Herald was picked up at the cost of the tower. Maxlaw's got that on his trinket slot. I want to see how effectively Misfits can set this up. There we go, going to channel down the mid lane. There's no one to defend, so this is fantastic. The Rift Herald may not even be needed for this kill, but I think they'll just let the bop get the final shot. Yes, there we go. And Misfits back away safely. So the first tower of the game secured here by Misfits. That will at least make Senkuk's life a little more difficult. He can't just sit there and wave clear the whole time. Although Splyce still have the top lane and bottom lane outer turrets. So a lot of control still in favor of Splyce, which is exactly what their team comp wanted to do.
It is, and Senkuk's is going to have a lot of assistance in the middle lane as well. Trashy will be around, Mickey will be around. We've seen Cobby drift out to the top lane and drift back, but look, Splyce looking to head towards the bottom lane, trying to punish on Alphari, but again, you can see Misfits have enough members in their jungle that Splyce can't fully commit into a fight here without Alphari making a mistake, and that's something that you've got to kind of praise both Wonder and Alphari for, is neither of them have overextended all that much in this game.
No. Well, neither team has done a whole lot either. I just got an update from the stats team, Stress. Trashy has dealt 530 damage this game.
Okay.
Let's double check that that is correct with Trashy. And he's got an assist to his name. It may have all been just in that one tower dive.
Yeah, it was pretty much. There was a small trade early on with him at Maxwell, but didn't do a lot of damage in response. So I want to look at why this game is slow. We talked a little about the itemization, first of all, and why there's no real primary engage out of Misfits to start before those items being complete. For Splyce, on the other hand, they're waiting for Wonder to just, you know, utilize this lead he's got in farm. And again, he's not going to make any kind of plays onto a tower without seeing Misfits committing elsewhere on the map. And that just means we're going slower and slower as this game gets further.
You know, I'm really happy for Splyce that their game plan is working, that they did exactly what they needed to do. I'm just very sad that the playstyle of the comp is going to be more of this.
Yeah.
Because technically Splyce don't want those huge team fights. They don't really want the big 5v5s. They want to be able to control maybe a 1-4 and let Wonder push. He's got that TMI completed, Triforce as well. Let's take a quick look in the river. Ignar's been caught out, Subjugate and Fate's Call is thrown down. Glacial Prison on the back end. Mickey goes down, Misfits are now on the board. Runaways, exactly what Splyce do not want! The power of Evil Shockwave catches 3. It's a double kill for PoE. Trashy's running for his life, tries to escape. Arctic Assault buys some time, and Misfits right back in it. That's a triple for power.
The follow-up crowd control is so good out of Misfits, this Maokai, the Jarvan, and now they move to the Baron. And from what was a controlled and slow game, we only needed one fight to break it open as Misfits counter-engage, get 3 kills. Now they're going to get the Baron. They got the Kalista. Easy take for Hans Sammer and the rest of the Misfits.
I did not even see how that started. Splyce get caught out The one area their comp should not be caught out.
So they try to catch on to Ignar as Mickey and Wonder put down a lot of damage. But look, Senkox and Kobe are here as well. They realize this is a 5v5 and they have to back away, but it's too late. All of the roots roll through the fight into the Jarvan Cataclysm.
So good.
And you cannot escape from here. Splyce just don't have the mobility to run away. Misfits are too strong when it comes to the ability to chase down. 3 kills. And that right now is Misfits taking full control with this Baron buff.
Yep, I agree with Trashy indeed. Throws the head back. Power of Evil, 4,300 damage. Gets the triple kill, gets the Baron, and all of a sudden, good luck playing the side lane against Baron-empowered Misfits members. Power of Evil's fully online. Insta-cleanse from PoE. He's able to escape.
This is a ridiculous ability.
It's fantastic. Love the animation as Trashy gets rooted up. He's forced to back away.
It's not even just about those Baron buff minions now as well for Wonder that will deter him in the side lane. It's this Righteous Glory. It's the ability for Misfits to arrive almost out of nowhere and just appear in a lane, cut him down, and then move to the tower that sits behind him. That's the difficulty, is Wonder doesn't really have any assistance around him. But look, Misfits don't need to commit to that for now because it's all around the bottom side. They know they still have the numbers advantage. They've put vision control all the way through the bottom side up towards the base, and they're just going to play off these 2 lanes because Wonder at some point will have to recall.
He's got the teleport available to him. Splyce going to try play this on a few lanes, but Misfits, such deep vision into this right-hand quadrant of the jungle. Peel away from bottom lane, group up mid. There's a little bit of defense here from Trashy as well as Senkox, and the sapling toss goes out. Maxwell tags a couple of shots from under the tower. He's got that Righteous Glory completed. Tower number 3 is broken during the course of Baron buff. And Splyce now all of a sudden, they're the ones playing from behind. They're in the gold deficit, and they may lose another tower here.
And that's where these more complex compositions now have their downfall, is you need to get these very tricky engages to work for. You need Senkox to land a freak stun onto a Hans Sama. If you can just catch him out of nowhere, then you end up taking out some of the damage threats. But that's relying on mispositioning out of Hans Sama and Power of Evil. And there is a window. With Power of Evil, no flash, no cleanse, potentially you can capitalize on that. But Misfits are going to recall. They got themselves another Drake. They can reset this game and look for another push. 40 seconds of Baron buff shouldn't mean there's any more towers going down, but they'll assume control of the map once again.
Are you kidding me? The next one is Cloud again. So Misfits already got the wanna go fast combo, 2 times Cloud Drake, which actually I think is very useful for this team.
Absolutely.
Group together, pick the lane, and it just allows you to set up that initiation a little faster. Ignar almost catches Wonder. But yeah, another 3rd one, add that to the list. What's, I think, 75 move speed out of combat? Exceptionally powerful at rotating between lanes.
Ridiculously powerful. You pop the Righteous Glory as soon as you're even in range for it to activate running towards people. Talisman of Ascension has been completed as well. And we talked about how this is going to rely on catching Hans Sama or Power of Evil. Well, Power of Evil, a quarter of his cleanse cooldown to go, and a QSS already completed on Hans Sama makes him not really a reliable target to catch either. So Misfits are neutralizing a lot of this pick potential out of Splyce, and Splyce are kind of floundering with how to play this composition out.
Oh, can't believe it. One mistake. One lapse in judgment and one team fight throws away 20 minutes of just great early game from Splyce.
And I think a lot of people look at this game and say, okay, it's 2,500 gold deficit at 27 minutes. That's not game ending. And it isn't. It isn't game ending. It's not the case that Misfits have won this game at all. But when you look at how the compositions play out, Misfits have such an easier to execute composition against what Splyce are bringing. And in this meta, ease of execution plus tanks is devastating in team fights. And that's why it's going to be difficult for Splyce to break Misfits.
Now let's see what they can do, because Misfits still have to get over the hurdle of the base. Inhibitor turrets all standing. 1 outer turret in that top lane remains. Misfits 5 towers to 2. They've got, as you mentioned, that gold lead and 2 item spikes, now 3 with Mercurial Scimitar on Hans Sama. is just setting up very well.
And it looks like we got Christmas in July because there's basically a Christmas tree worth of lights of vision in the top side of the Splyce jungle. Misfits having full control. They can see just about everything happening up there. They know Cobby's there. They can see Braum in the middle lane. They know nobody is around red buff. So they can set up vision control for the next 2 minutes here when this Baron spawns. And the 2 Cloud Drakes will help them. They'll be able to move around, get vision control, maybe even go for 2 versus 1 in the top side. But Mickey is here. This could be the mistake the Misfits can't afford to make.
Alfari's in the base, starts to teleport down, but look at the damage already. Senkux is out, Unleashed Power comes down, but it simply will not be enough. Alfari's got the slam dunk available to him, doesn't even need it yet. Oh, Power of Evil's on a rampage. That's his 4th kill of the game. Splyce lose 2, and they're caught napping.
Yeah, it was Cobby that got caught topside, then Senkux gets caught in the fight. Wonder dies, now they want to get Cobby again.
Man, the Flash Cataclysm comes down. Cobby's taken out by Power of Evil, 5th kill of the game. Trash is running for his life, and with 4 Splyce members down, the base is broken open. And Misfits, do they fancy a shot at the Nexus?
It looks like Misfits just want to keep pushing here. Ignat tanks it up to begin with. They've already got the inhibitor, and Misfits looking to close this out. Senkux still hasn't even respawned yet.
29 minutes in, Misfits actually won the game in 7 minutes. All it took was punishing 1 team fight, and Misfits crushed Splyce in game 1.
Starting with a whimper and ending with a bang has maybe never been so apt here in the EU LCS, because that was a slow game for a long portion. Both teams trying to feel each other out early, not make the mistakes, and it was just that one overcommit from Splyce, and Misfits capitalized on the team fight.
Our broadcast narrative coming into today was focused around Splyce not having a great early game and how Splyce can punish mistakes in the mid to late game. The exact opposite occurred, in my opinion, where Splyce had a great laning phase, they got first blood, they had multiple ganks, and then they make a mistake that Misfits punish and lose the game within 7.5 minutes.
It's a lot to do with the draft here. You've got Orianna for teamfight presence. You've got Jarvan and Meowkai with the Cataclysm. Really turns around teamfights exceptionally well. And like Senkux and the rest of Splyce, they have a decent comp for that pick composition, longer range, try and get the Sejuani going, but it's too easy to press R on Maokai and just win a team fight.
Yes, and then everything else. I mean, you get, what was it, 3 for 0, 4 for 0?
Yeah.
Baron available, you've got 27 million HP on your tanks.
And you just win the game.
Yes, I mean, look, all kudos to Misfits, and I actually think a lot of credit to Splyce for the early game. It was slow and steady, but it's exactly what their comp needed. Unfortunately, the team fight was not. So Misfits Gaming are on their way to take the series after a game 1 win. Trakos and the boys are ready to break it down.
Trakos and the boys here. Thank you, Quickshot. First off, we were hilariously wrong about everything regarding both of these teams.
Well, the teams adapted. They showed
developed. 2 days. They've swapped identities, folks. It's happened. It's changed completely. All right, so the first thing we want to look at here is the draft, and I think this plays a big factor in a lot of the execution points that we brought up, and in terms of what also tells us a lot about what we're seeing in the meta. So let's start with you, Vettius. Like, what do you think was the defining factor here when we look at this draft phase for Misfits building a comp that they were successful with?
So I think for Misfits, what they decided to do was they put a high value on the Kalista, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You have strong winning lane bottom side. A lot of the AD carries say she's really strong, especially in the 2 versus 2, especially if you go for the early Zerkers into the Vamp Scepter, you're fine, right? But then normally you want to pair that up with a powerful engaged sort of bottom lane, maybe like a Braum or Thresh, Alistar, all really good options. Instead, they put it with the Trundle. And I was sitting here on the desk and I was talking to you guys and I was like,
we were fighting. We were fighting about the Trundle, yes.
Don't know what I think about it. You concede the lane that you wanted to try and win. We heard Yamato saying on the desk yesterday how Kalista's kind of the champion that you want to use level 6 mark with. You want an early game advantage. If she's going even in the mid game, you're like, not so good. But they picked the Trundle because of the mid-game value that he brings in these team fights. And we could see it later on when they did get involved in those fights because he did have a lot of effect. And I was impressed with his use of pillars. And I'm not surprised that we saw little gank pressure from Maxstall, because when you look at the lanes that he has to gank on, bottom lane, not really a huge number of options because of the Braum disengage. Mid lane, Orianna, you don't really want to gank heavily for an Orianna. If she goes even in that laning phase, she's a happy chap. And the only options were top, where we saw a lot of pressure from the side of Splyce, so it was difficult for him to really gank.
So we can say Misfits safely not playing the aggressive early game that we expected, but Henning, is this okay when you look at Misfits' composition? Do they need to make plays in the early game with the style of comp that they put together?
I definitely think that it could have went for more proactive plays early on. But still, like, going for these sort of team fight, forcing the engages when you've got like 1.5 to 2 items, that's where this comp really spikes for me. Like Kalista 2 items, Maokai with the Righteous Glory, that's when you really want to fight, and that's what we saw them do later on as well in the engages. Also gotta say for the side of Splyce though that I like what they did in the early game. They were able to get ahead in the top side through Trashy.
And so, backtracking to this fight where we did see Splyce kind of like haphazardly go for an engagement, I think the big thing there was Splyce weren't fully sure what they wanted to do with this fight, because we saw a Sejuani ulti going off towards Hansama where there was no follow-up. We saw Mickey using his ulti where there was, again, no real follow-up. And Splyce, they were just grouping in this narrow choke point. Power of Evil was perfectly safe, Hansama was perfectly safe, and to me, it just felt like that Splyce weren't really clear about what they wanted to exactly do. And this is why we say that they reverse, because that's usually the issue that you see from Misfits, where they go for these over-aggressive dives, they try to force these random fights, and it was Misfits that was successfully punishing Splyce. So I think that it was good for Misfits to find that fight, especially at that point in the game, because that's where the composition really needed to make stuff happen.
The other thing I want to bring up is that we talked a lot about drafting currently, and Splyce bringing out the 1-3-1. It looks like, again, to a certain degree with the Camille. Obviously, Camille may be a little bit more team fight impact, but still can be that split pushing threat. Was this a factor kind of coming into the mid game? Is this part of the reason why it feels so easy for Misfits to take some of these fights, is because they know that when it comes to 5v5, they have a lot of advantages in their kits?
Yeah, I think it's mostly due to the scaling of the champions. I think that the champions on Misfits roster did a lot better at that time of the spikes where the team fights were going down. Also got to say with the Camille that I like the early attention from Splyce there, getting her ahead. So setting up towards the later stages, going for a 1-4 strategy with a Camille off in the sideline would have been a really good choice for them. It's just that like the decisive team fighting from Misfits did not allow them to get there. Also got to praise the last 2 picks for Misfits here. Jarvan and Trundle, so good at punishing the immobile carries that we saw from the side of Splyce. Syndra and Varus, what are you going to do when there's a pillar or a cataclysm behind you? Not a lot.
And surprisingly, it just feels like there just wasn't enough peel here. Braum, normally a pick that can deal with a lot of these things, but unfortunately, Braum just gets trapped into terrain too, and he decides to defend. And yes, hello, Mr. Fly.
Companion.
Yeah.
Like I'm touching you that intimately.
Hey, man, don't get jealous. Calm down. It's going to be all right. So when we look at this, I mean, he's aggressive. All right, well, so when we look at this for the next game, when we try to prepare for next game, when we look at the drafts and what we want to see change, is this Splyce taking more mobile options, something to deal with the Jarvan and the Trundle, or is this something that when they're drafting these compositions, they need to be aware that these terrain-making effects can shut them down in the mid to late game fights?
I don't even think like their composition was a real problem. I think just simply a matter of execution. I think that they picked the wrong times to fight, and I think they could have just been a little clearer in what their goals were.
All right, just to round it out then, is it better for them to try a similar comp and try to execute better, or to draft an easier comp?
Tanks, dude. They need more
Okay,
tanks.
so that's what it's come down to, right? Is that we just want to see them draft an easier to execute comp because we know it is more reliable. Is that correct?
I want to see them draft Quintop, Talon mid, lethality meta. Please.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the players step on stage for Game 2. Stick around. We'll find out if it's finally time for lethality meta.
Like, yeah, the Fisher is always talking about this fan, tank meta, 5-man mid, you know. He just wants to be a part of it.
What's Mickey saying? This is literally the worst Gragas ever.
And here comes Trashy, gonna jump over the wall. The flail goes out. Baby cage put down, as does the Cataclysm, and first blood secured by Splyce.
Okay, nice. I'm gonna boost.
Runaways. Exactly what Splyce do not want. The power of evil shockwave catches 3.
I got it.
Some time, and Misfits right back in it. That's a triple for power.
I got shockwave. Nice. Have answer. I shield you. You're fine. Okay. Go ahead. I shield you. Come on. Nice.
All it took was punishing one team fight, and Misfits crushed Splyce in game 1. And welcome back to European LCS. Splyce are in a tough fight for a playoff spot in Group B with a lot of competition around them, and now they are under even more pressure as they're down 0-1 against Misfits game.
So were you for a second there? Like,
I don't really know.
People put words on a screen. Sometimes we say them, sometimes the brain doesn't work.
My brain just went into, like, you know when a record just spins and skips? Anyways, Splyce, they have side selection this game. They picked blue side stress. Do you think they go for the same kind of 1-4 style comp or tanks?
I don't necessarily think it's 1-4 or tanks. I think if you go for the 1-4, you just get a little bit better engaged. Maybe bring an Ashe, something like that. The Varus wasn't a problem. Like, that's not a big issue, but just get something that can start fights on the rest of the pack. That's one issue. I think you might just want to draft the Maokai for yourself.
Well, we're going to see, because it was a first pick Kalista, and then Splyce decided to go Braum and Sejuani, and that allowed Maokai to go through.
Right. We had so much discussion on Gragas, Lee Sin coming into today that the Maokai just kind of gets picked up very quickly. And you see the counter engage it has in team fights. I wouldn't even be surprised now to see Misfits ban it and not let Splyce pick it on that blue side.
Well, let's find out, because Misfits, of course, they have a red side. They've got some of those traditional red side OP bans to take care of, which currently kind of feels like Zach and Elise. Maybe Cho'Gath as well.
But I feel like even maybe you just let the Elise through. It's not exactly the safest thing to do because the early game can easily get taken over by an Elise. But considering so much discussion on junglers has been about the tanks and how strong they are, maybe you just test the waters on that now.
Well, look at the picks and bans. Power of Evil, by the way, he ended up winning the undefeated mid lane champion war. His Orianna goes on to 6-0 and will remain there, as it has been banned off the table. Elise as well as Talia. For Splyce, Zach, Cho'Gath, and Maokai, and or what else?
Kalista we might see banned. Caitlyn has been banned in pretty much every game on 7.14 so far, and 7.13 and a lot of other patches before. So Kalista, if Caitlyn is banned, I think goes up in priority. Otherwise you end up taking one and trading the other.
Well, there you go. Caitlyn taken off the pool. Hans Summer, by the way, 0 Caitlyn games played this split. He's only played 4 champions: Varus, Xayah, Ashe, and Kalista. And Varus makes up 11 of those picks. With all the champions available to them and Maokai, Splyce opt into Braum.
Yeah, you allow them to have Kalista Maokai if they want it here. There's a lot of supports you can pick into the Braum. Not that Braum first pick is bad. I think it's actually good at deterring a lot of damage in team fights, a lot of engage potential you can disengage from with the Braum. I just think Misfits have a lot of options here. I don't think Splyce actually got too much pace with this first pick Braum.
Now let's see if it ends up hurting them, because there is the Kalista for Hans Summer. And Maxlaw
it's next to Maokai.
Very comfortably lock in that Maokai. So what happens next? Where does Splyce look if this ends up being the Maokai or whatever else?
I think we'll see the Sejuani come through again. Maybe the Varus once again for Splyce. It's not a problem for them. It's actually a decent lane. They can continue that push, have the presence in team fights. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the draft. I just prefer what Misfits already have here.
Well, Sejuani is definitely locked in, and with the Orianna and the Talia bans off the table, Senkex is going to take away the early game Syndra.
Yeah, that's what makes a lot of sense here. With priority taken away, well, at least the Orianna removed, Power of Evil doesn't have his main blind pick in that Orianna. Looking at Power of Evil, he's played so many different champions, so he has an arsenal unlike anybody.
Yes, that's the case, and he builds them frequently unlike anybody as well. Gonna default to the Vladimir. So we end up having a support jungle mid for Splyce, ADC jungle or top, and mid for Misfits.
It's exactly the same principle though as before. You get this later game damage in team fights based, and while Vlad's not a tank himself, he's always been considered a vamp tank, somebody who sustains himself up very well through fights. You have to kill basically a few times. So even more tankiness on the side of Misfits. They want to take away some of the side lane threat that Wonder had, though, in the previous game. Of course, we saw Camille into the Jarvan, working very well for Wonder as Trashy visited the lane early on. But I think we still got the likes of the Renekton, we got the Jarvans that are still good for Wonder if he wants to go that route.
And all the way down to phase 2 to see Thresh getting banned out once again. Splyce went Thresh and Rakan in game 1. Kind kind of inclined to agree with that again. I think Ignaz, Rakan, and Thresh have been fantastic. Definitely looked okay on the Trundle, but Trundle didn't really make or break game number 1.
And the thing about Thresh is he's not exactly a full tank himself. He builds that way, but is not as strong as the Braum, for instance, for actually being a frontline champion. Great at setting up catches, great at trying to start engages, but that's not really everything you want from that Thresh. We, of course, have the Alistair as an option for Misfits here, who I would argue, paired with Kalista, even better at getting fights started.
Yeah, definitely if you want more of that engage. Where do they decide to go? Of course, it was a Jarvan blind pick when Misfits were blue side. Gonna look to do that again. I think this will actually be then 2, 3, 4 out of 4 games Jarvan for Alfari over week 7. So definitely comfort pick for this pick.
And why not go for basically the same composition again, right? Like, it worked so well. Misfits didn't even have to break a sweat to turn that game around. It looked like Splyce were taking control through the side lane, and Misfits just had the opportune moment of turning a fight round by Maxlaw hitting his ultimate. And the game is done. I do like, though, this extra escape now on the AD carry for Kobbe. Tristana will allow him to jump away. And now we've got extra teamfight presence coming from this Nard. Good side lane control once again. You've got teamfight presence from the Mega now. A little bit better out of Splyce, I think. A little more rounded, but still not lacking that primary engage that is reliable.
Yeah, you've got the Glacial Prison, which can be flashed away from. And, of course, because Jace was the ban on the Splyce side, allows Rakan through, and Ignar locks that in. So if you want some sort of primary engage, flash, quickness, hero's entrance, grand entrance rather, the W of the Rakan, that's definitely going to get you in there.
You don't even need to flash when you got a Kalista alongside as well. Kalista Rakan, very successful bottom lane pairing. We've seen a bunch of it in the LCK recently. Difficult to play around because once that Fate's Call's been used, then you can flash after that with the quickness, then get the W as well. So lots and lots of range coming through from this Misfits bottom lane. I want to see this laning phase. Tristana Braum, difficult to deal with as well. When you combo and engage with the both of them, there's actually a lot of trading damage that comes through.
This is the first time that we're going to see Kobbe play Tristana on stage. The split, it was banned out in game number 1 by Misfits. Let's see whether or not that ban was justified. And of course, for that, Rakan and Ignar, 3 games played, 2 wins and 1 loss. Stress, if I were to tell you that game 1 of this series was the lowest total kills of any game this split, would you be surprised?
I wouldn't be surprised. Neither are you telling me nor the statistic, because I am stood next to Quick Stats himself.
I have one more tier to this.
Oh, okay.
Not only was the game the lowest total kills for a game all split long, it was actually the 2nd lowest kills for a winning team.
Whoa.
Only one team has won a game by securing less kills, and it was G2 against NIP. They did it in 6. Misfits needed 7. Let's see if they can beat that record today.
Yeah, they're gonna go with 5. All they need to do is kill each member of Splyce once.
They need to kill more towers than there are opponent champions on the Rift. That's what Misfits will be looking for. We're hoping for a bit more of a bloodbath, though.
Oh no, it's not too bad right now, but Kobbe didn't buy a potion.
Ooh.
He has 50 gold in his inventory. He just misclicked, ran out of the base. Of course, we give you a trinket when you leave the base if you don't buy it, but you don't get potions or anything like that. It won't hurt him overly if he realizes and recalls now, but this laning phase is not going to be easy if he walks into lane already without a potion. He's going to rely on that sustain. Of course, Doran's shield is fine, but not enough.
No, not yet. Got himself a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, he's realized now.
Yeah, looking through the rest of the summoner spells very quickly. Flash Barrier for Senkux. Power of Evil, Ghost Flash, no real surprises as Mickey's busting a move behind that Santa Claus door. Okay, so laning phase. You mentioned the Tristana Braum going into Kalista Rakan. What are we expecting from the early levels of this matchup? And who do you think has the advantage?
So Kalista Rakan has a good amount of engage themselves by the fact that Rakan, when you have that entrance, he can deter a lot of what Braum wants to do. We saw yesterday, actually, Tristana get interrupted within the jump on the escape. That's one big tool that Misfits can utilize in the early trades if they hit level 2 first. The thing that we were talking about it coming out of Champion Select is the Winter's Bite passive comboed with Kobbe jumping aggressively. If you find a window for that, is very difficult to deal with. So it's all on these micro trades in the bottom lane that I'm looking forward to. But I think consistency goes to Hans Sammer and Ignar on this bottom lane.
All right, let's see if they can make it work. Much heavier pulls or leashes, it feels like, this time round, as opposed to game number 1. Trashy has got his red, makes his way back to the big Raptor. See if he sticks around. On the other side, Maxlow has already cleared out Blue and Wolf.
But that all gives Hans Sammer and Ignar the ability to get into lane first. Look for that level 2 first and maybe try and push back Kobbe and Mickey. Tristana's laning phase isn't the greatest, but the escape, the ability to farm is quite reliable. You tend not to win a whole bunch of lanes unless you can win some trades that you really shouldn't. But now here is that level 2 mark for Kobbe. Actually ends up getting that first.
Yeah, manages to stay slightly ahead. Mickey, I think, was still in the jungle, giving a touch of solo XP to
Mickey's only level 1 here on the engage.
All right, the entrance comes in. They caught it! Interrupts the rocket jump. Kobbe forced to heal and flash. Hans Sammer's not done. Rent stacks available. Not going to be enough for the kill. Passive from those concussive blows. Not enough to find a stun yet, and the minions are helping out. They're tagged into Hans Sammer as Ignar's able to escape.
That's the consistency of engage in the bottom lane off that level 2 that we were talking about. It's not done yet!
There's the flash engage! Knock up once more! Kobbe's running for his life. He saves the rocket jump to do it correctly this time. And in the class of flash economics, Misfits invest first.
Misfits invest. They got 3 summoners from Splyce. It's only Mickey's flash that remains. But look, Kobbe is forced away from farming. Over 4 times the CS lead currently. Now, there is a big wave stacked in front of Kobbe. He will be able to regroup a lot of that. But look, if he stays under this tower, he's going to get threatened.
There's a tower dive available. Rocket jump not going to be enough. Kobbe is available for first blood. That's it. Hans Sammer. But it's an instant reply as Kobbe gets one back. Wonder forced to flash. This is into enemy territory, but he's found himself a Sejuani. Trashy's here for backup, and there's no more shenanigans in the top lane.
Power of Evil couldn't roam out of the lane because Senkux was pushing him in, so we go all the way back to the bottom lane engage. As Kobbe was desperately trying to catch up on any CS in the lane that he could. Look, 6 CS to 22, and that was even before Hans Sammer got that first kill. So the bottom lane was where we focused. This is the 3rd engage within 3 minutes coming through from Misfits. They get on to Kobbe. No, he has no heal. No, there's no exhaust here, and Hans Sammer has enough damage with the Rend and the Q before they can turn it back around and get first blood for themselves for the Misfits.
So, crucial difference there. 22 CS to 6 in favor of Hans Sammer. Kobbe, I think, so fortunate to pick up that kill. But when you look at the lane, you're coming back with an attack speed dagger to a recurve bow. It's a 400 gold difference. Pretty much the first blood and some. And Misfits definitely going to be happy with this early exchange in the bottom lane, but here comes Trashy. He's available if anything were to break out.
And Splyce have done a good job of trying to push the lane back up to try and deny any wards coming through, so Trashy can try and get into the bottom lane, Q into flash maybe.
Well, Winter's Bite comes out, great knockup from the entrance, dash away, and that's going to be an easy kill for Trashy. So much CC from the Freljord combination.
And so much action. This is the complete opposite of game 1 of this series. Game 1 had no action for about 10 minutes until we got to dive in the top lane. This game, however, already 3 engages in the bottom lane out of Misfits. 1 key engage now with Trashy in the bottom lane, and it is allowing Splyce to maybe recoup some of that difference because, look, Kobbe gets some time to farm. It's still a big CS gap, but he's already got a kill to his name. Trashy got a kill to his name, looking to get to that level 6 mark quickly. But look, Trashy, he knows if he can just get this Winter's Assault into the flash, he can get some of the crowd control down. Nice knockup from Ignar to try and deny any further aggression, but Hans Sammer without a flash, without heal himself, cannot get free of the engage.
There's just too much crowd control between a Sejuani and a Braum. Stacks up over time, locks you down. Trashy able to make that gank work. He was also around to help out Wonder, by the way. So, you know, we talked a lot about Maxor and Trashy coming in. We had the hype video. We had the cheeky bants, as it were. But Trashy's early games across both of the games so far definitely been noticeable and impactful.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to see from Trashy on this meta. We know with tanks he can have this impact. He doesn't have the activity in his mind when he's playing the likes of like a Lee Sin against an Elise that he does with tanks. Because if he's getting pressured by an Elise, he suddenly goes into a defensive mode, whereas if he knows he can take a trade or two in the jungle, Trashy actually is able to be active on the map and look to make the plays himself, and that's when Splyce are exciting to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Managed to work out, and of course, something we didn't mention, which we should have stressed, because, you know, we have been attending classes recently. Mickey, because he didn't use that flash from the earlier trade, he had the advantageous situation in the flash economics. That's what allowed that play to happen, that gank with Trashy.
I'm hoping for a flash recession at some point.
We'll find out. I mean, look, we've got 1, 2, 3 flashes becoming available soon. So that means Hansama, Ignar, and Kobe will have more tools available to them. But it might not get needed. All right, Winter's Bite, that tags Ignar. Ooh, doesn't make it over the wall. Flash is already used, jumps away. That's a rocket jump forward. An explosive charge sitting on top of Ignar. Now all of a sudden, Hansama's the man that's under threat. He's got a flash available, may need it. Less than 100 HP, he's down.
Down in the bottom lane again. I was just expecting Hansama to be able to get out, but as he said, the flash was not available for him. Couldn't hop back in the lane, used that heal, and despite having a CS lead, 3 deaths to his name is not what we've come to expect out of Hansama in the laning phase. We want to see him be dominant on this Kalista, but the difficulty is Tristana Braum, the range, the crowd control in this lane shuts down Kalista quite well. They can always stick on top of Hansama.
Now, is this what you expected when we were talking about some of the tools that the Kalista Rakan had and how the sort of consistency of that lane was favored? Of course, Trashy ganks are going to impact that. But Kobe and Mickey seem to have their number in the 2v2s.
I didn't expect it to this degree, but look, Kobe and Mickey are very good at playing aggressive when they know they have the opportunity. They're one of the best bottom lanes for actually pushing forward in lane, making aggressive trades, trying to push onto the enemy tower. I was talking with Medic a lot during the series against NIP about how Splyce's bottom lane have a very high forward percentage. That's how much they spend, if you drew a line down the middle of the rift through the river, how much they spend time in the enemy territory. They very heavily invest into pushing up in lane, and that's what makes them difficult to play against.
Well, that's allowed Splyce to take the lead. Okay, we're 9 minutes in, Stress. We've not talked about anything other than the bottom lane, for obvious reasons. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup as Power of Evil continues to get traded on. Senkax is going to get the Dark Sphere, Force of Will, Unleashed Power. The last tick comes out, though, and Power of Evil forced to use the Ghost. And we've seen this Syndra-Vladimir matchup several times in the past. Is this exactly how you expected it?
Pretty much. You get a CS advantage early on. Power of Evil shouldn't die to the Syndra, unless he makes a mistake. If he stays under tower on low health, it's easy then to commit to the kill. But look, this is about team fighting later for Power of Evil. He can survive through an awkward laning phase and then look to take control of fights later. But look, top lane's where we're going.
All right, Boulder Toss comes out, flashes away. Alfari's in trouble. Up in the top, all of a sudden, Trashy, he's going to get jumped on by Maxlaw. Uses that Arctic Assault to safety. And by the way, that whole trade with Wonder into Alfari, that was just absolutely gorgeous. I might not get a chance to talk about it because that's a rocket jump forward. Stand behind me, Kobe yells. He gets out of the way of the entrance. Flash comes down.
Got him.
Facial fissure as well. The bomb on Hansama, not enough to kill him, and he escapes with his life.
Kobe used the Buster Shot to try and just get that execute damage to go through. Look, Mickey's actually trying to chase him.
Mickey's going to be able to get them. The Flash! I keep saying it. Flash economics is a thing. Mickey uses it for the investment. And a Winter's Bite for first blood. Entrance comes out from Ignar, and Mickey's busy tanking up the tower. Kobe, rocket jumps forward, gets the stun. Ignar's running away with the quickness. No flash available to him. Less than 100 hit points. One more shot will do it. 2 more shots will do it. Kobe
he survived!
I thought he had it. I really thought he had it.
Oh, Kobe did not get the kill, ever so slightly out of range. Wow, okay, so Mickey must have heard us talking about how not a lot of supports have actually scored solo kills, and we've actually had 2 this week. Now they transfer that into the bottom lane tower. Tower first blood going in favor of Splyce. From what was a horrendous start to this game for the Splyce bottom lane. They got flashes burned, they lost a trade. You were right, Mickey still had his flash. They were able to turn back a gank. Trashy came down to help them, and from what looked to be a fantastic start for Misfits, 1-4-0 on Hansama. is just an awful amount of pressure that has been applied to the Misfits in the bottom lane.
I think Cobby and Mickey have been watching a lot of San Diego Comic-Con updates and videos.
Okay.
They've been inspired by Mark Ruffalo's interpretation of the Hulk. Because once they were beaten once and smashed down, they hulked out and have taken over this game. Hans Summer and Ignar, they lost their tower. They're now even on CS. And it seems like they are getting dominated. Typical, as I say that, Mickey's now the target of some pressure here from Misfits, and they will take him down. The caster curse is real. Sanguine Pool, Sapling Toss, runs over, and
he survived!
Take it. Oh my word!
Trashy intercepts the kitten on the way past as well. Doesn't get that last bit of damage. Mickey and Ignar have been slithers away from death twice now. It's been a much more explosive game than game one of this series. Game one had no kills forever, but now look, Splyce trying to group up on the top side. That's why Mickey was up near the middle lane. They're trying to push forward using this Tristana, but it was answered by Hans Summer and Ignar because, of course, bottom lane tower already down in favor of Splyce. They want to keep the momentum going.
And I cannot believe that Splyce and Misfits are trying to make me a liar. One more shot, IL. And no, not enough. Mickey's gonna die, IL, and no, he manages to survive. Let's see what happens next. We talked about this 2v2 a lot. Cobby and Mickey have got the support of a teleport. Wonder's coming in from behind. Glacial Fissure comes down. Wonder, no Meganar yet. He's gonna need some time to ramp up, and after getting the boomerang, that teleport fizzles.
The trade now has to be tower for tower because look, Jarvan's on the bottom side, Alfari's going to take that tower in response, so Splyce will still commit to this. It will still give them an objective, but you're right, they would have liked kills from that. They wanted to snowball a little bit more from this bottom lane because remember, Tristana, late game, can deal very well, even against tanks. As soon as you get past Lord Dominic's, once you've got critical items coming through, you just get massive damage out, and that's one way of dealing with a Maokai.
And of course, Splyce definitely got all the tools available to them. 2,000 gold up. The teleport from Wonder will secure the trade of towers, and the advantage here is, of course, the Rift Herald picked up by Splyce. Alfari will get the first tower for Misfits, and now Ignar almost caught out. But as it stands, Splyce again are showing up in the early game stress. Unleash power onto Power of Evil. There. And Splyce, the area we thought they were weaker than Misfits, showing up that they can play it well.
A lot better than we anticipated going up against Misfits, but we have to look at the questions that were raised in game one at this point was the initial full skirmishes. With the team, with the Maokai available, will they still go in favor of Splyce, despite the fact that Misfits had this great team composition for fighting? Like, Splyce have the lead for now, but again, it's not significant enough. It's 1,300 gold. Easily a team fight can be turned by Max Low's Maokai, and Misfits are right back in it. That's what happened in game one. They won one fight, went to Baron, got to Baron, won the game with 2 more fights.
And if I recall correctly, it was 7 kills for Misfits and 1 for Splyce. So let's see whether or not we can break that record. That was the lowest total kills for a game all summer long. Misfits get a lot of damage onto that outer turret in the top lane, whereas the defense for Misfits in the mid lane gonna be a little bit late to arrive, but I feel like it might just be enough. Minion Wave starts the conga line down, but with the satchel as well, or the explosive charge rather. A lot of damage on the outer turret.
And the reason Splyce don't fully commit to this is because of the teleport not being available. Look, Wonder is in the top side, no TP, whereas Javan could be anywhere looking to teleport. They've even seen him on wards around the middle lane. So if Splyce step up to that tower thinking, oh, Vlad doesn't have much wave clear, we can take this tower. No, it's the Javan, it's the Maokai that come into the fight and actually punish Splyce in response.
Yeah, and I haven't talked about the items at all yet. We passed 15 minutes, Black Cleavers for both top laners. The team had picked up for Alfari. It's the Proto Belt for Power of Evil's Vlad versus Morel Nomicon, which is a pretty good item into all of the healing that's already there. And Splyce, they're just going to brute force. They've embraced 7-14. Grouped as a 5-man and taken the tower.
Easily taken down. Rift Herald into second wave push then, and that's where Misfits had to spread back out. They can't commit that much time to just defending in the middle lane, otherwise the rest of the map falls away from them. Splyce had already taken a greater amount of towers, they already had a lot of the vision control, so they controlled that middle lane. Easy push on, and now we want to see what Splyce do next. we talked in game 1 about how they're looking for this longer range catch with the Sejuani, with the Syndra. And it was a team fight they got baited into.
Yep.
One that wasn't just a long-range catch and we're done, just kill them instantly. It was a prolonged fight, and that is what Misfits will be trying to do once again, is trying to bait Splyce into fighting them 5v5.
Let's see what Misfits can do. They reckon there's a ward in this tri-bush in the top quadrant. Tower and Hans Summer is what Misfits were hoping Splyce would rally around, but not going to be the case, and this will be the second tower.
And the way they take this tower is they have Hansama in the lane, they have support with a couple of wards in the jungle, and then Power of Evil is on his half of the map. Jarvan isn't even in vision, he's actually in the base waiting if he's needed for a teleport, so that tower is very safe for Hansama to take without anybody on Splyce being able to get anything else in response. And that's the problem, is Splyce actually do need a little bit of this catch to work for them, otherwise they won't get further objectives. The inner towers are harder to take just naturally because of their position on the map.
Yeah, and let's see whether or not Splyce can push fast. I mean, we've got a team comp that can work pretty well, keep themselves grouped up. And as we get close to 20 minutes, reminder, of course, the Misfits from Group A, currently in 3rd place in the playoff race. Roccat just behind them at 3 series wins, 6 losses. Misfits currently 5 series wins, 3 losses. So Misfits want to pick up another win, put some distance between them and Roccat. And it's important because, of course, Roccat just took down the Unicorns of Love. Now that's a good thing for Splyce. Splyce just behind UOL in their respective 3rd place in Group B. And of course, Vitality look to be surging, look to be playing well. Vitality are at the heels of Splyce.
And the reason that this is all important is basically getting to that 6th win doesn't guarantee you playoffs, but putting a 3-game difference between yourselves, or 3-series difference between yourselves and your next competitor below you is basically a guarantee, because you've got to assume that Roccat, unless they're on one of these big streaks, aren't going to beat the likes of G2, Fnatic, Misfits in a row.
Especially as well because we go back to inner-group play next week. So at some point, Misfits will go up against Roccat again, and Splyce will go up against Vitality. So those are the important games. All right, Wonder is going to gnaw out, has flash available, doesn't even need it. Easily gets the stun onto Hans Summer. But Wonder's able to clear out the wave that defends the tower, and it allows Trashy to take the tower with the help of Kobby. Power of Evil, he's looking to get some damage down onto Mickey. And actually got a lot of damage down looking at Mickey's HP pool.
Yeah, easy to shred through at this point. Mickey's not exactly the tankiest of champions on this Braum. Decent when he's got Unbreakable on, but outside of that, needs a few more items in order to really be that frontline threat. Hang on, here we go, Misfits. This is the fight they've been looking for, potentially.
It is indeed. Misfits are going to pick up their 2nd kill of the game. Power of Evil takes down Mickey.
Senkax.
Onto Senkax. Senkax unleashed his power earlier. Buster Shot buys some time. The great stun from Senkax, rather. Not going to be enough to stop Power of Evil, as Power of Evil makes it a double.
You couldn't write this. It's the same thing almost happening again, as Misfits are able to just brute force through the mid lane, this time catching Mickey out, looking to follow on. Ignat maybe even looking to go aggressive here as he dashes and dances forward in the fight. Misfits, it's going to be the tower.
Yeah, 20 minutes in, tower number 3 secured, evens out the gold. Misfits also got the first dragon of the game, so we're even at 20 minutes, so take me through this replay.
Yeah, Misfits waiting around in the bush, trying to bait Mickey forward in the lane, and he just steps close enough that all of the crowd control connects. And look, here comes the Kitten Clism coming through the team fight. Alfari jumps in, has enough damage to deal with Senkax, and Kobby, trying desperately to help Senkax out, moves forward to get the Buster Shot and allows Maxwell actually to cut in behind him in the fight and make sure they secure that last kill.
And despite Wonder having teleport, his Gnaw was on cooldown. Remember, he used it to defend that inner turret top. The cost ends up being the teammates' lives and the mid-outer turret. Right, Power of Evil. He's used the Protobelt forward, got a Luden's Echo. 2nd item on that Vlad. Baron is alive, so if another big team fight victory is secured at this sort of 2-item spike, with the tanks, Baron is a very viable objective.
Observers were also just showing us the amount of vision control, or at least what Splyce could see. The wards in the lower side jungle actually just died. Look at Hans Sama coming across. Wonder is playing this dangerously. He had wards there, but they have gone now, and Wonder is in mini-Gnar form. He is susceptible to an attack here from Hans Sama.
All right, Hans Sama, flash and heal available. Wonder's going to start charging up on that rage bar. But Misfits don't fancy the engage just yet. Don't fancy the 2v1, and instead, Wonder's able to walk away. Maybe a little lucky, as both teams are now rotating around and trying to combat vision around Baron.
And it actually helps Splyce out here because they get more vision around the Baron area, can deny a lot of the wards that were already placed by Misfits. And we go back to a little bit more of a stalemate of a game than the last game, where it kind of snowballed heavily after that first team fight. But Misfits, we've seen the potency of their composition once again. Now Splyce will have to recognize that and play around it. They cannot get baited into those fights. But how do you win a game with a pick composition, or at least this type of composition from Splyce, without fighting the Misfits? It's near impossible.
Yes, will be indeed, especially with Max Law's Cataclysm, as you keep calling it. I love that name, by the way. The amount of power that will give Hans Sama and Power of Evil and freedom in those team fights. So Misfits now on the defensive, trying to prevent Splyce setting up vision in their jungle, very specifically around Baron. Another items being picked up here. Execution is calling on the side of Kobe. Leandri's Torment just picked up by Senkak's Frozen Mallets for Wonder. So big power spike's been hit here on the side of Splyce.
And I really like the Executioner's Calling. It's a stop-off buy now. You just invest 800 gold to basically shut the Vladimir out of the fight for as long as you possibly can. You don't have to finish the Mortal Reminder now. He may even end up just going Lord Dominic's anyway and saying, okay, until I get to 6 items, I'm just going to sit on this because of how much effectiveness it brings to our team fights. Power of Evil's looking to flank though. Hang on, this could be the fight here. Flash is used.
Ghost once Power of Evil.
Oh, the knockup!
For the initiation. Cataclysm's fantastic. Kobe actually jumps into the pit. Now there's an exhaust on Power of Evil. The Transfusion's trying to save his life. Finally goes into the Sanguine Pool. It's a double kill for Misfits. They're not done yet. Splyce are getting wrecked. Wonder's about to go Mega Gnar's. Kobe finally gets one back in reply for Splyce. Out to the back end. Wonder at least gets one down. He's gnarred out, trying to take down Ignar as best he can. 3 members of Splyce for 1-2 of the Misfits. Look at that flash engage. That was nice and cheeky from Alfari, and Hans Sama shuts down the 4th for Misfits.
Misfits with another simple team fight win. Just crushed through Splyce, and now they turn towards the Baron.
This is game 1, but they don't get the Baron stress.
I thought you told me I'd said it was game 1. I'm like, it's the same thing again, but everything going Misfits' way. I do feel like it's a repeat. It actually feels like a rerun. We're watching Dave in the UK. It's terrible British comedy that is being replayed at 3 in the morning for who knows why. But look at this engage. Everything goes beautifully. Power of Evil takes up so much time from Kobe, Mickey, Trashy, everybody in the backline as they're just controlling this fight. Hans Sama is able to freely get just attack after attack through the fight and just rend everybody down. If they had killed Trashy, they may have looked for this because, of course, Trashy got the recall out. They may have gone for Baron after with the rend damage, but they were all low themselves. You don't want to risk that happening.
This is exactly what you talked about in picks and bans. The initiation power on the side of Misfits, it's a little bit more subjective or situational on the side of Splyce. You really have to set up. You need that prison to hit. You need walls to be around for Mega Gnar. Misfits, they are now taking control. 25 minutes in, got the kill advantage, the gold advantage, no matter how minor it may be. And it feels like their team comp is becoming fully activated.
So I think one of the weird things about competitive play in League is there's always been this high aspiration of difficult comps like poke comps to pull off 1-3-1s. If you're playing flex queue, draft what Misfits have and put an Orianna in the middle lane, and it is so difficult to lose team fights. You just commit to it, and Misfits right now, they want to go again. Look, just watch it.
Well, let's see whether or not Mickey can escape with his life. The Cataclysm and Hans Sama dunk him down. The kittens are purring ring, and Misfits are happy. Mickey's already taken down the back end. Wonder's done a lot to shut down Ignar.
Hang on.
Down. We need to keep our eyes on Cobby. Cobby forced to flash defensively. This is getting messy. Wonder uses the back end. Cobby gets another. Wonder's running for his life. Rocket jump forward, looking for the reset.
He's got this.
Cobby's got another. Red buff is up. The shutdown secured. Power of Evil. Sangren pulls out. Cobby needs to chase him down. Doesn't have the range, and Power of Evil escapes.
A good turnaround on the team fight there from Splyce. We were talking about how Misfits should theoretically take the team fight easily. Well, no, Cobby has enough damage now. You can see he's passed 2 items. He had a lot of time and freedom in the team fight. Nobody actually found him early on. And despite all of the crowd control from Misfits landing, they still had damage at the end on the side of Splyce and were able to turn things back around.
Let's see this replay once again. It all starts with Mickey getting caught, and he survives for a fairly lengthy period of time, but a great stun from Senka.
Watch Cobby's positioning here. He's outside of the Cataclysm, moves back away from the Maokai ultimate, and he's able to kite back. This is the strength of Tristana in these fights. If you have jump available, you just move back and you're very, very safe. Then you look to move forward after the resets, and look, Wonder is able to get both Power of Evil and Hans Sama to deny their damage, force out the QSS from Hans Sama as well, and that means Cobby is way healthy enough to take out Hans Sama. Look at that damage done in that fight by Cobby.
5,800 damage. Cobby sitting 5 kills, 2 assists, 5 deaths at level 14. He's picked himself up another Zeal, and we still have a game on our hands. Splyce show that their team composition in the right scenario, in the right part of the map, can be very, very effective. Bring them into those tight corridors, and the power of Syndra, Sejuani, as well as Braum becomes very, very effective, Stress.
Just put all of the peel in front of Cobby. Just make sure nobody ever touches him in a fight. And then Splyce should grind through some long, extended fights using this Tristana.
This is the Tristana that was banned in game number 1. Misfits did not allow it through. Picked up here in game number 2. It was a phase 2 pick. And Cobby gave up first blood and was down 20 CS. Maxlaw's the target. Gets down the Nature's Grasp. Glacial Fissure comes down as well. Fari on the back end. Gets a decent Cataclysm. Here comes Power of Evil. Needs to do a lot with the Hemo Plague.
He's on Cobby.
Down. Got Cobby. Cobby's low, but not killed yet. Cobby's the target of Alfari. Alfari shuts him down. This could be the fight for Misfits. Hans Sama's looking for the cleanup. Trashy goes down. Wonder's the next target. Misfits will ace Splyce. No, they won't, because Senkak's alive for a few seconds longer. Can he make it out the base? Senkak's running through the jungle, and Wonder is going to run into Ignar. Kill secured here by Hans Sama with the red buff. And Senkak's walks over a ward. He's going to get spotted out. The Ace and the Baron are available to Misfits. I wonder whether or not they're going to run him down.
This game's gone all kinds of crazy. Alfari even deciding to just start the Baron himself. Misfits were able to find Cobby despite Maxlaw actually going in early in the fight. He got engaged upon before Power of Evil was able to get there, before there was enough time to be 5-on-5, but Misfits are able to find Cobby, shut out the team fight, and deny Splyce any hope of the first Baron of game 2.
Easily secured in the end for Misfits, and despite losing the first member of the fight, Cobby got shut down so effectively.
Yeah, Power of Evil's all the way up in top lane right now, and this is where Maxlaw ends up getting taken down. Alfari does a good job of forcing a lot of cooldowns here. You see the jump came out from Cobby, and he couldn't quite clear the fight, had to QSS himself as well. That means Cobby, as Power of Evil went back aggressively in, was actually blindsided by Alfari on the second half of the fight, and Misfits were able to then take control from there.
Man, what a weird and interesting game. The swings back and forth. But Misfits still feel to be just ahead, just stronger in these team fights as they continue to play out.
Hans Sama was 1-4, and now he's 6-5. This has been a great turnaround. This game has been all about whose AD carry can actually deal damage in team fights. A lot of people wanted to meme about AD carries in 2017. Who can kill tanks? AD carries can, if you peel for them. Get them that Lord Dominic's. That's exactly what Hans Sama has right now.
Give them enough time, and he can definitely do that. Cobby's decided to go for the rapid fire cannon to complement his static shiv. Let's see whether or not that extra range plays into his favor, because Misfits are throwing everything at shutting him down.
And Hans Sammer with a very rare Mercury treads buy for an AD carry. Typically we see the Berserker's Greaves or Swiftness if you're looking to play Jhin, but look, it's because of the crowd control. You want to reduce as much time that you're CC'd in these fights as possible, so Hans Sammer can be active, be mobile. He's got enough attack speed coming from his build as it is. He's not too worried about that. He just needs to be available to deal damage.
You need to get so many Ren stacks down as well to take out those tanks.
Yeah.
And those tanks are getting tanky. Maxwell's got his Gargoyle Stone Plates. Locket picked up for Trashy, Stone Plate for Wonder as well. And Misfits using this Baron buff very effectively. Mid, inner, already knocked over. Vision secured basically across the map. And Misfits continue to apply siege damage and chip damage into the bottom inner turrets.
I am so glad to see Misfits playing this style of team fighting. It's so fun to watch.
It is indeed. Nature's Grass, that's going to be the zoning ulti. Teleport actually cancelled from Wonder. You might wonder why he did that, and not going to complete it. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Misfits.
Well, that means Splyce will be wondering where he is.
Not going to be helping the team, that's for sure. I spy with my little eye. Splyce at risk of being 0-2'd.
Oh, how many Splyce puns can we fit into one sequence?
You know, I really wanted to try look at the Spice Girls song library and see which songs fit the game.
Medic and I did that one a couple of weeks back. It didn't fit too well.
That's the problem.
But Medic also just let me down because he didn't have, he used like Wannabe and used a bunch of lines from the same song and like botched it.
You really
gotta
got to
commit
commit
to
to
it,
figure it out. Misfits. I don't really listen to a lot of like grunge punk rock.
Neither do I.
Yeah, you know, there's opportunities there, right? Misfits Gaming, of course, in the lead. They got another dragon, got themselves a great setup to finish this game, and it feels like Splyce have not done as well on this style of game. Misfits have got that sort of 7-14 meta down, that play style, the coordination in the team fights, and there's not a good enough answer from Splyce.
They seem incredibly good at playing this composition style where you have an earlier game AD carry, a late game mid laner that Power of Evil can just dominate team fights with, and then Maxwell just presses an ult in a team fight and basically crowd controls everybody, plays the frontline role, and it's just about saying, okay, is there anybody there? We fight them. As long as they haven't got some crazy scaling champion that we can't kill quickly, we just take every single fight. And that is the one thing Splyce still have in this game. The Tristana can win team fights for them, but Misfits have got on top of the Tristana a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, indeed. Decided to complete that Mortal Reminder on the side of Kobe. Let's see whether or not it's effective enough at taking down the likes of Alfari or Maxlaw. And of course, Power of Evil, still one of the big threats. 6-1 and 4, he's got that Hourglass to back up the Proto Belt. And he's found all the flanks in the world, almost about to flame Horizon Senkux as well.
Almost there in that mid lane matchup. And you were talking about the Mortal Reminder. Yes, he doesn't have that anti-tank additional damage that Lord Dominik's brings with that % shred. But we talked about the Executioner's Calling early. It also still gives him the armor penetration, the percentage armor penetration, that when you combo that with the Infinity Edge and the attack speed, all of the damage he already has should still pack a mean punch, even against Maxlaw, because you're canceling his passive in team fights as well, and that actually procs fairly often.
Well, we'll see whether or not Maxlaw is going to be able to get dropped. Baron will be up in 2 minutes' time. Elder's a few minutes away. Maxwell's put down the Righteous Glory and Power of Evil again. The flank. You need to keep your eyes on Senkux and Kobe. Nature's Grasp is thrown down from Maxwell, and that's going to split up the Splyce backline. Wonder's going to use the Narn. Here comes Ignar. He gets thrown in by Fate's Call. Hans Summer's got the first of the fight. Kobe remains untouched, and Misfits now peeling away. 2 big critical hits onto Hans Summer, and the unleashed power not used by Senkux. So damage available, but Misfits get a cheeky kill and get out.
It's enough of an opening to set up for the next Baron. In 1 minute 30, Misfits are going to put the wards down and deny Splyce the ability to get into their own jungle. And Splyce have just dropped onto the back foot. They're actually trying to play Misfits at their own game, but keeping Kobe alive. And they do a decent job of it. Look at how Kobe kites back once again in the team fight, away from Power of Evil, away from the Nature's Grasp here as Kobe, just desperately trying to get far enough away. But the rest of the fight is going against Wonder. It's only now that Splyce can turn this back around after Misfits commit into a choke against the Tristana. then Misfits recognize they have to back themselves out.
The amount of time it took for Kobe and Senkux to put any damage down in reply, just simply not acceptable if Splyce are hoping to force a game 3, if Splyce are hoping to come back. But with a 7,000 goal deficit, 5 kills down at 35 minutes, it's tough. You know, they need Misfits to overcommit or to find that great pick until the likes of Summer.
It's very tough, and one thing I want to note is the fact Wonder has played 2 split push style champions and hasn't had time to split push at any point. It's difficult to do when Misfits are forcing fights again and again, and I wonder if we do go to a game 3 now, whether we'll see a different draft here, because the likes of the Talisman of Ascension, the Righteous Glory, make it just so easy for Misfits to run at Splyce and try and punish them.
All right, the entrance comes up from Ignar. Nobody knocked up yet. Talisman of Ascension available if Ignar decides to use the quickness and run in. Meganard charging
He's going in.
and available. The quickness comes in. Good charm onto Wonder. Kobe remains untouched for the free hit. Nature's Glass comes down. That's a good stun onto Power of Evil. Slows him down. Senkux and Kobe backing away with their lives. The stun's out. Kobe gets the first onto Alfari. Wonder hops over the wall. Kobe's still got that red buff, but there's a very big Maxwell to deal with. Power of Evil still at half hit points. Maxwell continues to lay on the front line. Now all of a sudden Splyce are pushing Misfits back.
Oh, wait for Maxlow's W. Wow, that was a lot of damage actually done. Here comes Wonder into the fight.
The teleport comes in from Wonder. Kobe interrupted on the rocket jump. Gets the kill. Gets the reset. Jumps forward. Gets Ignar. It's Mickey with the kill. Now all of a sudden Splyce have a chance to take back the lead.
They're going to get the Baron from this. There were a couple of key moments in that fight that Splyce actually was safe with Kobe that Misfits could have capitalized on. There was a moment where Maxlow utilized the twisting advance on Trashy when Kobe was sat right next to him. I know he's wanting to not get dragged all the way into the fight with that rocket jump if Kobe jumps away, but you only need to crowd control him. I want to see whether there are any other options in this fight to kill Kobe, because here goes Ignar into the fight. Kobe's out of vision, at least until he starts attacking here. Look, rooted up. No one's getting on him. They can't get through the Cataclysm in time, and Alfari's trying to get further through this fight. And watch Maxlaw go on to Trashy here. Kobe is right next to him, and he could have got it, but we know Kobe has flash, he has heal that would have dragged him further into the fight, but would it have been enough to lock down this Tristana? We'll never know, because Splyce have just taken the full lead once again. This has been a very back and forth game, but Splyce looked good in the early game, and they've played these later game fights a whole lot better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely finding their groove. I really think that Glacial Prison from Trashy was so pivotal. I mean, look at that, Kobe. It's over 9,000 damage in a single fight, but when he is not under threat, he's able to do so. And I think Trashy locking down Power of Evil, slowing down that Hemo play definitely could have been pivotal.
Yeah, there was also an exhaust that went on Power of Evil as well. As Power of Evil was trying to get into the fight, Splyce did enough to deter his entry and let everybody on Splyce reposition. That's one of the difficulties of fighting one of those choke points, is that's why Sejuani, Na, these champions that have good crowd control in an AoE sense can control an entire team fight. Now Splyce had the Baron buff, now they go towards the Elder Drake. Of course, they took no dragons earlier in the game, but will have that team fighting presence coming through.
And that is the first Elder Drake that Splyce have secured in the entirety of the summer split. It is here in game 2, and their backs are against the wall in cross-group play. They are still down in gold, but the Elder Drake and their team composition, this may be enough power, especially because they got nearly 2 minutes of Baron as well.
The problem with having 2 minutes of Baron is they only have one lane to play it with. Look at mid lane, look at top lane, pushed all the way in. That's what Misfits were doing during some of this Elder Drake setup, which means everybody from Splyce is in one place, which means it's possible to engage on them because Meganar is going to run out soon. Splyce have to respect if they push into the base. Misfits could look for an engage here, but look at how spread out Misfits are. They don't want to overstep here.
So scary against Elder and Baron at the same time.
This is a little risky.
Let's see.
Oh, the Elder actually does tilt it heavily in the favor in a team fight. As long as Kobe stays alive, you're right. It's not as risky as I first thought.
Yeah, Splyce able to break open Misfits base. This extends the game ever so slightly. We get to 40 minutes on the clock. There are 30 kills secured. The EU LCS Summer Split record is 49 kills in a single game. Do not think we'll break that one today, because if a team loses a team fight heavy-handedly, the game will just end.
Yeah, at this point, it's either Cobby or Power of Evil just wins a fight. But Power of Evil hasn't had that impact in the last few fights. We talked about the executioner's calling, the exhausts have been on point, the crowd control. Everybody has been able to control him in fights.
And, you know, talking about, like, impact and whatnot, we've not really talked about Senkux. He's 0-3-5. His early game Syndra did not generate a gigantic lead. And Senkux has not been a huge damage dealer for Splyce this game.
No.
Been very well controlled by the entirety of Misfits.
Luckily, he's had the Tristana to compensate for some of that, but we are deep into the late game here. That's a Gargoyle Stone Plate on Ignar for when he goes into the fight, providing even more front line here. 3 of them already on Misfits, but look, with the last couple of seconds of that Baron buff from the Runic Affinity on Trashy, they're going to push in, try and get another inhibitor. Hang on, here come Misfits!
All right, the engage comes out. Senkux and Cobby tagged up by the Hemo Plate. Mickey's trying to block as much as he can. Puts the Glacial Fissure down. Gnar is about to pop here from Wonder. He's got the ultimate available to him as he hops out to escape. Very good stun from Senkux. Glacial Prism buys some time. Cobby's caught by the quickness, but he instantly is forced to run away.
Oh, that knocker!
From Alfari, Cobby's the target. Stays alive, hops out, keeps alive. Hansama has got a triple, and he's looking for more. Senkux and Cobby are running for their lives.
Oh, hang on, they might be running in towards the bottom lane as well. They don't have enough to take the game down, but if Misfits commit, they've spotted Cobby, I believe, on that ward. They have to recall, so Splyce are trying to desperately save anything they can. Remember, Tristana has good pushing potential. Misfits are going to try and end it. Tristana and Syndra could kill Alfari quite easy. They're going to try and race this down.
Cobby and Senkux take down the Nexus turret. Alfari's left to defend, but he's got no Cataclysm.
Can they get
there? The target. Buster shot comes out. Cobby's caught up. Senkux gets the stun.
They gotta get Senkux.
Needs a few afterwards.
They got it.
Down and going to game 3.
They lose the fight, but win the game, running through the bottom lane. Oh, one auto may have been the difference there if they'd have killed Senkux quicker, but what a call from Splyce at the end of all things. They kept Cobby alive. Whew, and win the game.
I am at a loss for words. Splyce proved me wrong. I had sentenced them to a 2-0 20 minutes ago when Misfits were winning multiple team fights with the team fight composition they put together. And somehow, Splyce pull it back.
Somehow, some way, they defend Cobby, keep him alive, get the game win. I feel like that Tristana's getting banned out in game 3. The scaling AD carry with the escape, just like game 1 it was banned. I think that has to be the game plan for Misfits.
Absolutely was. It was banned in game number 1, becomes pivotal in game number 2, and you can see the shell-shocked faces of Misfits backstage as they're chatting to their coach Hussein and reviewing what was a really interesting game and ended in the most peculiar of ways.
Very peculiar, and I mean, Misfits had won the team fight convincingly, and they left Alfari to try and defend, but he was not enough on his own.
Absolutely not, and that means we're going to deciding games. Splyce had the win, they forced the comeback and a crazy finish. Let's head over to the LCS to take a closer look.
Well, before we take a closer look, Quick Shot, I think we definitely want to take another look. But while we get that replay up and running, I think safe to say an absolutely insane game. Definitely come down to some final individual plays, but we can look at this last fight, break this one down for me.
I don't even know how Misfits won this fight because things looked so good for Splyce right at the get-go. The primary engage was off the point from Misfits. They had to focus Wonder on the front line, but then it's when Splyce try to go for the re-engagement that you can see things go in favor of Misfits, because then they get the knock-up and CC down onto Cobby. You get this beautiful knock-up ulti combo for Alfari. He's soaking up a huge amount of the damage that allows Hansama to just melt through the front line, but they don't take into account the backdoor potential that Cobby and Senkux have.
I mean, mostly Cobby. I gotta give Senkux credit because him being here is crucial, but that Syndra did not touch that tower, right? This Syndra is 3 auto attacks in the final play, but it is, of course, the crucial 3 auto attacks.
It's impossible, right? Like, there's no way you can focus both people, and the fact that Cobby just did not stop hitting that Nexus while he was dying is really what made the difference, because a little bit longer, and Senkux could have lost that game. He could have died. So.
And I can't decide what... Who are we proud of here in terms of play? Because I feel like on the one hand, Splyce, excellent punish on Misfits getting over aggressive and pushing the mid lane, but at the same time, looking at the two compositions, looking at that Tristana, I felt like team fights should have been, or just about unwinnable for Misfits that late in the game, yet they still managed to find a team fight win.
Yeah, for sure. I think Misfits play that really well towards the end stages, and it says something about the state of tanks when we got a 6-item Tristana with the Seeks, with a Locket with the Night Soul to keep her alive, and she's just free hitting these tanks and still not able to bring them down, as they're able to double their HP with the Stone Plate right there. Cubby's still really close to be able to carry these fights. In the end, didn't matter though.
I mean, it didn't, right? Like, he still carried the game. That was his
true.
Carry.
Different normally than we think of an AD carry, but Tristana, of course, notable turret killer. So I guess, you know, living up to that expectation.
But I also think that, like, a lot of these late game fights were heavily going in the favor of Splyce, largely because of how difficult it became to kill Cobby. And you even saw in that final fight that the only reason why Misfits even stood a chance was because of their opportunity to re-engage, because Splyce wanted to keep the fight going. They wanted to get that inhibitor, they wanted to end the game. So when they tried to make that fight happen, then you have the quickness still ready from the
and we really have to
follow up from Alpha.
Yeah, we really have to praise Ignar too, because if you look back at that, you can see that he goes in and interrupts both the Syndra and the Tristana right as the Gnar goes in to land CC, and so there's actually no follow up on that, and suddenly you're the tiny little Yordle in the middle of the team, and no matter how big you look right now, you're going to get taken down. But if we herald back to the draft, it feels like I feel like Misfits did take some risks here, despite that last fight going so well, just in terms of scaling. Eventually, this Tristana does feel like she's going to be a giant factor in the game. Is that the case? Is this, are you playing on a clock here when you draft, like we saw the Misfits draft in this game?
I don't know if I'd say they were playing on a clock. I think both teams had really good scaling teamfight abilities, because you have like a Vladimir too, who's getting into a lot of really good fights later on into the game. For me, it was just very much something that we were talking a lot with Henning about, like, who could actually engage first.
Yeah.
Because the team that started the fight was usually the team that actually won the fight, because they got to the target that they wanted to, and then that's how things sort of snowballed out of control.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of the one who starts the fight almost always wins it here, gives like so much power to the Kalista Rakan, as you can engage from such a far range. I mean, you have the Kalista being able to throw in Rakan with the ulti, and then you have the flash and the W as well from so far. From such a long range. Also, the Gnar is kind of weird here. I do like it from Splyce, because it gives you a winning matchup in the top side. Also, when Jarvan creates terrain, well, there's something to use your ulti on. But on the other hand, his rage bar makes it really hard to know like when to fight. It's something that you have to take into consideration. So like, Gnar is really good if you are the one deciding when to fight, but in this game it was Misfits who mostly decided when to fight, so Gnar really not working out in that respect.
And this was another thing that we saw from Splyce, something that we talked about a lot earlier in the day, is that they're not a super proactive team. Often they're really good at punishing the mistakes of their opponents, and a lot of these late game fights was actually just Misfits failing to kill either Copy or Senkirks, and then Splyce were getting the turnaround plays. But it was very rarely them setting up the fights themselves, getting the vision to get the flanks off. Like, you never really saw Splyce be the initiators, which is why things look so bad for them and why they actually nearly lost this game.
And it was interesting, too, because I feel like in the early game, things started off so well for Splyce. We saw so many missteps from Misfits. We saw a 1-4 Kalista, and across the board, I felt like Splyce had this one 100% in the bag. As we look back at this, you can see the importance of not burning Flash aggressively in the early game.
Yeah, Hansama using both summoners here to try to almost pick up the kill onto Cubby, and then he gets severely punished for it as more pressure's coming in towards the bottom lane with both of the junglers. But I think this says so much about Splyce that they're in the end able to pick up the kills onto Hansama. Like, he was down 4 deaths early on as a Kalista who kind of wants to snowball early on, which is not good at all. Even though like this dive is fine, you deny so much of the wave from Cubby and you get the first blood as well. But afterwards, when you get the Tristana rolling and shut down the Kalista, you're still not able to make the proactive plays and force the advantages around the matchup where you are ahead. I mean, you are ahead in the bottom lane by a lot, but Splyce were not able to force fights around that.
Yeah, and that's something that we just wanted to see more from Splyce, that so far I feel like we haven't. But you do have to praise them for regularly punishing the lack of flash on your AD carries. That's very much a lesson at home. Don't flash for the kill, because you don't need to. The pressure was done, he was chunked out, he was either going to go to base, or he was going to get dived on. And if those summoners were ready for the dive, then you could have killed him later on, but the job was done. You had forced him back, and you didn't need to get that kill.
But also remember, folks, that Vedius regularly flashes for anything that he think might be a kill. So, a little bit of duality there. Well, after Splyce is winning game 2, we are ready for one last battle to settle the series. The players hit the rift in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna win mid game for sure. Like Baron, 20 minutes.
Yeah, really good engage.
Hashtag hype.
Look, if he stays under this tower, he's gonna get threatened.
There's a tower dive available. Rocket jump not going to be enough. Kobe is available for first blood.
Ooh.
Hans Summer, an explosive charge sitting on top of Ignor. Now
not
all of a sudden,
again.
Hans Summer's the man that's under threat. He's got a flash available. May need it. Less than 100 HP. He's down.
Well played, well played.
Just flash. Okay, nice.
There's no flash.
Look, Justana. No, Syndra. Nice.
He's got Kobe. Kobe's low, but not killed yet. Kobe's the target
He's
of
dead.
Alfari. Alfari shuts him down. This could be the fight for Misfits. Hans Summer's looking for the cleanup. Trashy goes down. Wonder's the next target. Misfits will ace Splyce.
Nice. No.
Hit it.
Oh, Jacooks. One more.
Can they get
The
there?
target. Buster shot comes out. Kobe's caught up. Sengex gets the stun.
They gotta get Sengex.
Needs a few extra ones.
They got it.
And going to game 3. Welcome back to European LCS, where Misfits Gaming and Splyce are ready for a game 3 in this thriller of a series on our special Sunday edition of cross-group play. Stress. Misfits have picked blue side for game number 3.
Overly dramatic, and I think you can dramatize this blue side pick. Kalista rises to my mind as what the first pick priority is likely to be. We haven't seen the bans yet, might be banned away, but that's what they picked earlier on in game 1. It's what they picked in game 2 in their first rotation. I mean, they kind of have showed us they like that pick.
And Misfits had a phase 2 Tristana ban.
Yep.
Let's see if Tristana makes it all the way to phase 2.
No, I don't think so.
Had such a good performance. I also need to see more from Senkax. His Syndra sucked. Did not get a big lead. Had very little impact. Now, admittedly, he was jumped on, he was killed a lot, so all credit to Misfits for shutting him down. But you cannot afford to have one of your primary damage dealers deal so little damage.
Yeah, and I think that Syndra, although it typically has a lane matchup against the Vladimir, when you get later on in the game, we were talking about how Splyce need to get these catches, and they just didn't get the fights working for them. So we're into draft number 3 of this best of 3. The best of 3 to separate the groups. Remember, 12 and 12 series wins for each group. Group A and Group B.
And not only is it 12 series apiece, 31 game wins for Group A and 30 game wins for Group B. So let's see whether or not this ends up being even. If Splyce win this and do the reverse sweep, it'd be fantastic. And Tristana, to nobody's surprise, is banned in phase 1.
But the Maokai is also banned away. That means Elise Cho'Gath is now available for first pick, but it means Misfits would have to forego that Kalista. And we know Cobby plays it. We know that Splyce have played around that Kalista before, so while it might be a risk giving that show over, you've still got the Sejuani, the Braum, if they wanted to take it for Splyce, but it's not the Kalista, it's not the Sejuani, it's not the Braum, it's the Kog'Maw coming out here alongside Orianna. Very different priority here, but Kog'Maw can live up to Kalista a little in the laning phase, then scale incredibly well, especially versus tanks as an AD carry, but that's a risk.
Well,
already.
Look at it this way, Stress. If the first 2 games tempo are anything to go by, Splyce will get to at least 23 minutes before the game is instantly over. And that might be enough time for Cobby to get himself a few items. Hans Summer's going to lock in the Kalista once again. Definitely his flavor of the patch for now. And no priority on that Braum yet. However, that's what Splyce have run multiple times in the past.
Now, if they don't go mid lane for Power of Evil, the Braum could come out here, but I think we know the mid lane pool will get pinched if they leave it till after phase 1. That's why the Talia comes out. Power of Evil, of course, has a whole range of champions in his champion pool, but this is only his 2nd game, this split of Talia being played.
He went 3-1-8 in a victory the last time he played that champion. We've talked a lot about that Braum. It has continued to be a high priority on the side of Splyce, and it is locked in here in phase 1.
And now the Talia can actually do quite well against these static carries in fights like a Kog'Maw who just wants to stand still, because you basically just seismic shove him into your own team, and if Cobby isn't paying attention, he's going to end up getting killed very quickly. And as we move to ban phase 2, it's become more about these picks we've seen a lot in this series. The Jarvan has worked well for Alphari. That is not available here in game 3.
What happens next? What else gets banned? Because Thresh and Rakan have been 2 staples. Ignor's Rakan was hugely impactful. It kept finding targets, priority targets, over and over. And Splyce will say Rakan is more likely the champion you're allowed to play, as they've banned away the Thresh. I guess Kalista Thresh, nobody really wants to give that combo over.
No, you don't want to give that over at all. Now, if this isn't a Sejuani ban coming through here from Misfits, then it'll likely be picked up by Splyce. If it is a Sejuani ban, they'll probably go to Gragas.
We'll finally get the Gragas.
Yeah, that everybody talks about.
So much about. I feel like the interviews for that video may have been done pre-714. Yeah. I have no proof to back that up, but it feels like the case. And in actual fact, they're banning Gragas instead of Sejuani.
Yeah, so they fear the Gragas a little bit more. Remember Max Law saying the Trashy's a one trick. They know that's where he'll go if it's available. Whereas the Sejuani has been a struggling point to be active on the map. And when you look at it, scaling already from the AD carry, scaling on the mid lane, it means Splyce need a top laner that is active earlier in the game, otherwise they might fall into the same trap.
Well, let's see what Wonder decides to play. Has the option to counter pick now. Nar is locked in for Alfari because his Jarvan has been banned away. Played Jarvan 4 times this week already.
So we could play the Rumble if we want to see him go for that AP damage, a little bit of teamfight presence. Earlier in the game was what we're talking about. Irelia would be a lane matchup that we have seen picked commonly into the Gnar. And we've been talking about this for 2 draft phases, Trevor. It is now the Alistar coming out with that Kalista.
Do you prefer this Misfits gaming comp when we look at the mid game? It feels like Kalista, Gnar, Talia, Alistar just switch online earlier than maybe the entirety of Splyce thus far.
And a little earlier, I'm a little worried still without a primary engaged tool like an Ash Arrow. Maybe if you can get the Weaver's Wall to come through to get that Cho'Gath into the fight. That's the only concern for me. Maybe Hansama throwing Ignar in if you can get that distance closed. But for Splyce, it's another champion that will take a little time to come online in this game. It's a bit of a risky setup here out of Splyce. Looking for a little later in the game.
I mean, scaling again, split push in the side of the Camille. Admittedly, though, it is into that split pusher of Alfari's Gnar. But the value of a Gnar in team fights, in my opinion, greater than that of a Camille. They do slightly different things, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's the risk reward, right? A Gnar, if you get a 5-man Gnar ultimate off, basically wins a team fight. Whereas that Ultimatum is always going to have the same impact. You can always lock down that one person. So the difference is quite distinct, but I think Misfits once again have decent team fighting. It's not quite as linear as before, whereas Splyce have good team fighting themselves. With that split push component you're talking about, the Camille on the side lane may open up enough room and buy time for Cubby's Kog'Maw and Senkuk's Orianna to actually get into this game.
Well, the 2 previous games, Splyce have actually had a very good early game. They've got some early advantages. I don't want to take everything away from Cubby and Mickey losing first blood at level 2 because they instantly came back and destroyed Hansama and Ignar with that Tristana-Braum combination. Let's see what they can do this time around. It is a Kog'Maw Braum. A lot of additional damage to back it up, and it is the last game of Group A versus Group B here in the European LCS. Stress mentioned it a moment ago. 12 series wins apiece, 31 games for Group A, 30 games for Group B. That's parity if ever I've seen it.
Wait, but what happens if Group B win all the series by Splyce winning? That means they'd even up the game wins. Then they'd be even. You can't be even and win.
Well, apparently you can.
That's why we got rid of best of 2, right?
That's what we got. That's it. That's exactly how it works. No more ties here in EU. Only the one that you're wearing right now.
I was going to say, it would take quite a tie to match with that dashing shirt.
Oh, we cut away.
It was in time.
For the compliment. It is always time. Oh, Ignar's practicing his cowbell mechanics. I'm trying to look at his facial expression on stage to see if it is as trolly as the champion he's running.
Now, Cobby, on the other hand, went not for the troll route, didn't play Pugmore. Still trying to make it Christmas time in July.
I have noticed that all of the Splyce skins were Christmas possible. They actually did that. The Braum previously as well. It was the Night Elf, the Earnest Elf Tristana as well. There's a little bit of synergy in there. So I don't know if they're just, you know, thinking about Christmas already.
Well, they've gifted over a couple of fights to Misfits in Game 1 and 2, so...
They gifted a Nexus in Game 1. And unlike Game 1, we have an Infernal Drake right out the gates. Yeah. So that'll be a little bit more contest-worthy. The Cloud Drakes just meant we didn't have those exchanges, and Misfits going for some early trades here and trying to disrupt
Speaking of contesting, it's trying to contest these Raptors actually forces the reset. This will mean Trashy, it'll take a little longer for him to actually take that camp, and now Power of Evil makes it back into the lane. Now we have to look at the effect that has on the top lane and mid lane, because Trashy is going to be slower off the mark. You can see Cho'Gath is already done with the red buff onto his Raptor camp. And we have to track whether Maxwell can get into a lane quicker than Trashy.
All right, and what sort of impact that'll have? Of course, Trashy. I have been impressed with Trashy's early game. Not a jungler that I've traditionally associated with early game laning phase impact. Always thought he was stronger in the mid to late game, especially around team fights. You can see what he can do against Cho'Gath. There's Cho'Gath as well. First time it's been played this series. It's been banned out in both previous games. Both times by the red side, actually. And that might I don't know, might help or hurt Splyce as they let it go through.
Yeah, it's absolutely first pickable. We've seen the strength and the weakness of Cho'Gath in action. Of course, strength in every game is going to be this early game clear. That's why Maxlor is able to get around the jungle faster. The change to his E and just the sustain that comes from the Hunter's Talisman plus his passive just means that Maxlor basically doesn't get hurt through the jungle at all.
Well, a little bit of a bait and switch there from Ignar. He was waddling forward, implying some threat onto Kobbe, but instead turned the attention to Mickey, got a good amount of damage down. At the same time, Alphari goes in with the wallop crunch boulder toss combo and gets a good trade onto Wonder. So a lot of early trading across the lanes, but no huge advantage
Oh, this
yet.
is an early roam coming out from Misfits towards the top lane. They want to try and get Alphari ahead. Look, Power of Evil has even come. Maxlor was spotted on a ward. They haven't spotted PoE yet. He's stuck all the way around the back of the lane to cut Wonder off before he can get away.
All right, the hook shot comes out, flash as well. Wonder decides to sidestep the seismic shove, and Wonder's able to escape. It ends up costing a ghost and flash from Alphari and Power of Evil.
Yeah, flash for flash on the top lane is a lot of things missed from Power of Evil there as he tried to get in through the queue backwards, try to get the seismic shove to predict where Wonder was going to go. It's a lot of investment out by Misfits to try and get this play on the top side, but I do like what they're attempting here. Trying to get the ball rolling, get Alphari ahead. Power of Evil, you know he's going to have push power in the middle lane against his Orianna anyway, so utilize some of the time outside of the laning phase, use the passive that allows him to wall surf his way up quickly towards the top lane, but no real effect until Maxlor goes back to that lane. If that play happens again while the flash isn't there from Wonder, then you can call it a big success.
Big success indeed. No flash available. Maxlor needs to repeat the gank. Instead, he's going to go down bottom. Mickey gets head-butted away. Stand behind me, not available. Gets silenced as well. Easy first blood for Misfits.
And this is one of the strengths of Cho'Gath. If you have crowd control in the lane, it is easy to get him in there. The silence comes through. No way for Mickey to get out. So he didn't even use his summoners. For a while, he couldn't, but he wasn't going to after the silence wore off anyway. Early first kill in the game for Hans Sama. And we've seen what Hans Sama can do when he's put ahead in the lane, but last game, he died 4 times very quickly.
After getting first blood. That was how it worked, right? they got it the first time. But now all of a sudden, by the way, it's Maxlor. He's on the Cho'Gath, he gets a flash up top, comes down bottom, and just great setup from Ignar.
From here, Maxlor's in range for the Rupture, in range for the Silence, and easy play on the bottom side. But look at this, Turnabout's fair play up on the top side as Trashy and Senkux are here. This is the reverse of what just happened. No flash for Alphari.
Alphari's about to just Mega-Gnar out those. A lot of damage comes out. He hops over the wall, and Wonder very easily secures that.
Alphari throws his hands up. He knows he was one boomerang or auto attack away at the end of that from being Mega-Gnar, but they caught him just in enough time. And we talked about how the play on top side, if it's Maxlor that repeats, would be a success. But it's Trashy using Misfits' aggressive play against them to capitalize and put Wonder ahead in the top lane.
And the timing was just so massive. Wonder gets a CS advantage, denies what's nearly
Kobbe.
2 waves. Kobbe's got flash and heal available to him, flashes away from the Rupture, but that's a successful gank. Ignar trades his flash for Kobbe's flash. And the early moves here from both junglers are paying off. They've both been successful in their respective ganks.
And this is where a lot of people look at a tank meta and say, okay, tank junglers can't do too much, but when you've got lanes that can facilitate this crowd control that comes from the jungle, that's where you can have the impact. Look, Wonder from that first blood now has a Sheen that's going to increase his burst potential when he comes down from that hook shot. That's what he's been maxing, so you get a big spike of damage down onto the Gnar. If they get that with Trashy in the lane again, likely to be another kill because Alphari's flash is still way away.
Yeah, and look at that. Different Elemental Drake, much earlier priority. The fact that Kobbe and Mickey were forced away from the lane means that it's easily secured by Misfits. Trashy, no prison yet. Good shockwave catches out Power of Evil. He's got no flash available to him. Permafrost comes down as Senkux and Trashy combo for an easy kill.
Once again, the effect of the flashes being used earlier shown. Maxlor wasn't quite in range, and despite Misfits going all aggressive towards that Infernal Drake, Splyce pick up the kill, but now they want to go in bottom lane again.
All right, the Pulverize comes down into Mickey. Kobbe steps forward. Hans Summer's got an army of minions in front of him, so Kobe and Mickey do not want this fight. Hans Summer gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Ren stacks lined up into Kobe and pops the E. Ignar's got an Ignite available, fancies the tower dive. Kobe's going low.
She's on the way.
Stun. That's another for Hans Summer. Tower aggro's on the cannon minion. Hans Summer runs for his life. Glacial Prison comes down. There's Ignar, uses the Fate's Call to buy some time. Hans Summer stayed alive. He's turned this around. There's not enough damage. Hans Summer and Ignar win the 2v3.
Yeah, they managed to get the kill early on, deny the reinforcements from Trashy coming through, having a big impact in that. Yes, the ultimate landed, but Ignar waited on the Fate's Call to just defer any more push from Trashy and Mickey. And from there's no damage coming through from a Sejuani and a Braum, despite the fact that Hans Summer's like 200 health. He will just hop away and has his heal available. So easy play in the 2 versus 3. Nice recognition here, though. Look, the vision control of Misfits actually makes Splyce question whether Cho'Gath is here again. And that's why Splyce initially back off. When Cho never shows up, they step forward again. And that's where Kobe starts taking more damage. Enough that Ignar knows he can go aggressive under the tower. He's not level 6, doesn't even need his ultimate to make a play like this. It's headbutt into Ignite, into Pulverize as Hans Summer gets the kill. And here, it's a nice ult by Trashy to try and get Hans Summer down, but Ignar, great defensive play, denies any further engage, and there's no more damage left.
You have to wonder, where was this Alistar in previous games? Just didn't show up. I mean, this is a completely different 80 carry laning phase from what we saw like a game ago, Stress. Here's some of the stats at the end of game number 2, 100% kill participation for Kobe on that Tristana. But him and Mickey, they were dumpstering with Tristana in lane, and now they're forced to lane swap.
Super dominant. Tristana, Braum just jumping forward all of the time. We talked about how Kobe and Mickey have this aggressive playstyle. This Alistar is very good at facilitating what the rest of Misfits have, and that's one of the drawbacks of a Braum. Is Braum against Alistar can't actually stop that engage until he's level 6. We saw Maxlaw use full advantage of that to come down on the first blood. Then they use it in lane once again as Ignar is able to go aggressive. And that gives the tower first blood over to Misfits because Splyce had to swap out of the lane.
Yeah, that means Splyce have got a numbers advantage in the top lane. Alfari and Ignar going to get some support from Maxlaw and Power of Evil. The Weaver's Wall is available if PoE needs to use it. Trashy going to take this Blast Cone if he can get the auto, and he does.
Tries to deny the Blast Cone as Ignar knocks him up. But look, now the focus turns to Rift Herald. Splyce looking for this. We've seen this in a couple of games from them, where they just concede on the bottom half of the map and pick up the Rift Herald in response.
All right, can Splyce use it to take out a tower? That's going to be the question. Wonders farmed himself a nearly 20 CS advantage, and Hans Summer's farmed himself a nearly 30 CS advantage.
But we need to translate that into actual gold lead. If observers can toggle from items to gold, it is 1,800 gold in favor of Hans Summer currently. That is an astonishing lead. That's more than the lead Misfits even have in this game.
Nearly the entirety of it. It's just fantastic. But when you've got a 2-0 Kalista that's plus 25 CS and got solo tower first blood, well, that's how you have a pretty fed Hans Summer.
Our biggest narrative coming into this week was Misfits. Do they only have one carry? Is it only Power of Evil? Is he the only guy that'll win a game for Misfits? And what a week to ask that question, because Hans Summer has in multiple games, with this Kalista specifically, shown that when given a lead, he can control a game quite effectively. It's not been perfect. Last game, I think, is an example of how he hasn't had the best games at all time, but I think this is the growth we wanted to see from Hans Summer.
And the growth we wanted to see from Misfits as a team. Admittedly, we've seen growth from both squads. You know, the Splyce early game, we weren't expecting a huge amount from them. And games 1 and 2 this series, they definitely played clean, albeit slow at times. This time around, though, now they've got to once again play from behind. Now, this is a position Splyce have been in all series long. They've consistently fallen behind. And Misfits, they've matched the lane swap, sent their duo lane top. And with no tower on the bottom lane, Wonder, despite the lead he's accrued, he's now going to be joining up with Trashy and Senkax in the mid lane. Remember, Hextech Ultimatum, Glacial Prison, Shockwave, more than enough to take down, well, anybody at this stage of the game.
And what's different between the first game and this game for Wonder is his team can play a little more defensively. This Maokai isn't quite, or there's no Maokai in this game, so it's not quite as effective as we saw Maxlaw be of just casting the ultimate and rooting 4 people down. But you can see just Misfits committing to all of this early game sustain, just making sure they can just take the lane matchups against Splyce for now.
Yeah, drag that one out. I actually don't think I've ever seen 5 refillable potions before. If you look at the inventory in the bottom of the screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them. I will carry on with that in a moment or two. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Alfari is locked inside. Precision Protocol comes down. Phage and Sheen doing wonders for Wonder. Very good flash comes out. Now Trashy's all of a sudden looking for Maxlaw. Feral Scream into the Rupture is sidestep. Very good seismic shove. A lot of damage on a Trashy. He's forced to run for his life. Wonder gets a passive shield onto Power of Evil, and Senkai's Shockwave still available to him. If a Power of Evil steps forward, that's another kill, but Splyce get 2 and get out.
All from a 1v1 started by Wonder, knowing he had the damage to trade onto Alfari. Didn't even have Trinity Force, but it was fine because he could get onto the Minina, put the damage down from the burst, and then in came Trashy and Senkux in order to supplement the rest of the fight. Look, Alfari pushed up in lane. This is what Alfari wasn't doing in game 1. He wasn't playing aggressively, and Wonder on this Camille easily able to control in the long lane, and Maxlaw didn't have the time to get here. Nice flash out after the hook shot. Misfits at this point think they can maybe take the fight here. They've got Cho'Gath. They surely think they have the damage, but the problem is Trashy and Senkux are here. They get a great stun on Power of Evil as Wonder is able to get another hook shot and easily clean up the end of the fight.
Yeah, Splyce 2 for 0. They even out the gold. They take the kill lead 4-2 as we approach 15 minutes into the game. And a Mountain Drake has spawned, but with no tower in the bottom lane for Splyce to fall back to. Going to be a little more difficult to hold on to that area of the map. Trashy, I believe, was about to run out of time on that Rift Herald. Feels about right, as they've summoned it down middle and just instantly going to get gobbled up here.
Now,
Misfit squads.
Okay, so it doesn't count as one of the... Oh, okay, they didn't even feast it. I was going to say, it doesn't count as an epic monster, but just giving Cho'Gath another feast stack at that point, but Rend was the thing that took it.
Managed to kill that one out, and Splyce, as we mentioned, no tower, no real ability to set up for the dragon, so that's why Misfits are their first, and Splyce are still looking for their first tower here.
And that's why they didn't use the feast, is because they wanted it available to take the dragon, even though it does have that reduced cooldown when you use it on a minion, as Maxlaw will have it available to take this. Remember, you infinitely stack off dragons, so that's why it's better to give it to the feast rather than the Rend.
And that just allows Maxwell's Cho'Gath to get beefier. Already at nearly 2,000 hit points. Maxing that E, then W. Increase the length on that Feral Scream. I hate silence as an ability.
It's so awful to play against.
It's so frustrating to play against. You just feel like your champion is not working because, well, he's not.
He's not, yeah. That's, I'm glad it's working as intended
there
at that point then.
Well,
silence.
Doesn't make it any less annoying.
No, neither is a basically lane-wide AoE % max health slow on his E when you get enough stacks. That's kind of frustrating to play against too, and it's one of the reasons why Maxlaw is going to have a lot of presence in the later fights. Pair that with the infinite scaling from Feast, that ridiculous amount of % damage.
Well, you talk about that as Maxwell continues to scale. How else do the rest of Misfits win? What are the win conditions with this team composition? You know that Gnar can split push, but how else?
It's a lot focused on the team fights because they haven't got the likes of a Vladimir or an Orianna to win the late game team fights past the point of Splyce being able to contend. This Kog'Maw and Orianna will come online and Misfits won't have that opportunity. So between now and roughly 30 minutes, we're going to have to see Misfits win back-to-back fights, and they haven't really set themselves up to do that. They haven't put many opportunities in the face of Splyce in order to catch them out. And I actually think that Splyce are going to be happy with this game of grinding down and trading objectives because it's powering up their late game carries just well enough.
Yeah, you've got Camille, Sejuani, Orianna, all the scaling in the world, and Splyce in the lead. I mean, I made a joke during Picks and Bans and said that Splyce will be given at least 23 minutes to scale up. Mickey interrupts the Diglett dig. The Power of Evil's trying to throw down. Glacial Prison comes out. He's instantly killed. Don't have any clue what PoE thought he was going to do with no flash there.
And no wall. Like, he just used it. He chose to cast the wall, didn't actually ride it through. That's a very weird death to give away from Power of Evil. Because Misfits weren't prepared for that fight. Nobody else was really in range. There was no team fighting tools available, and you were going to fight against Splyce, who had all of their ultimates. Very strange.
And all kudos to Trashy again for finding the ultimate. Now, admittedly, it's a pretty wide skill shot, that frozen bowler on the Glacial Prison, but managed to, once again, lockdown Power of Evil, pick up a 5th kill of the game. I mean, Splyce have quietly snuck a 2,000 gold lead and a tower lead.
And consider that that was from their 80 carry being down 1,800 gold earlier. Now it's 1,500, still a significant lead, but the leads they've got elsewhere, through the middle lane, through some of their objectives, the top lane, is actually supplementing the disparity between Kobe and Hansama very well. And we need to see Misfits put more through Hansama, get Hansama some more kills. Okay, I guess we're going to see the interrupt.
I'm trying to see what happens here. So Mickey cancels the wall.
Oh, it's the Unbreakable, yeah. So it cancels it. And then Power of Evil's like, okay, we were going to go on this fight, so I'm just going to run in again. And Trashy sees him coming. Okay. So Power of Evil was still committing to the play, and not everybody else was.
So not the same speed. Nobody else can surf on walls like you can, dude. It can take a lot longer to engage. And Trashy cleared some good distance with that Arctic Assault into the prison. By the way, Senkux, definitely not sucking on Orianna.
No.
2-0-2, I felt maybe we didn't really highlight his Syndra game as much as we could have in the last game. And this time round, he's silencing any critics with a very strong Orianna in the laning phase. Let's see what happens here. Glacial Prison this time misses, because of course I was
now they're trapped in.
A little while ago, the Weaver's Wall's locked down. No teleports used yet, guys. Glacial Fissure comes down. Finally, Alfari starts to channel a TP. Wonder can do the same. Will complete it in the middle of the rift. Hextech ultimatum's available, and the fight breaks out. Wonder is on a killing spree. He takes down Alfari. Hook shots over the wall for 2. The shockwave misses. Senkux, that was terrible. Doesn't matter, though, because Wonder and Kobe are running amok. And Splyce get 4.
We talked about Misfits needing to fight, but unfortunately, the fights they've picked are just very Splyce favored. Wonder was able to hold on to his TP for long enough for the fact that Alfari, despite being Mega Gnar, TP's in, gets a multi-person Gnar, but it isn't enough. Splyce missed a whole bunch in that fight and still were able to take it convincingly. We'll see exactly what they did miss here, because you mentioned Senkux's Shockwave to begin this out. So Ignar's face checking into Mickey, and Splyce kind of knows. So Trashy, the flash out from the bowler, and then they just buy enough time. Look, Wonder hasn't TP'd yet, neither has Alfari. And Misfits move back in the fight, they come forward, and Splyce does reset. Once again, Kobe is going to have massive team fight damage here, and nobody is focusing him out. Stun down onto Alfari, and the rest of the fight is just a case of walking through this. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Senkux just lost track of the ball.
Yep, snap back.
That was a little bit too mean in the team fight. It didn't need to hit. It just would have made it even more powerful. Because Senkux has had a fantastic Orianna game. 2-0-6. Splyce are, what, 5,000 gold up at 21 minutes. And as long as they don't lose a team fight in Baron, they're now in control of the game and the series.
And what was a great draft in game 1 and 2 even from Misfits, and disciplined play, not giving up a lot of the advantages in the lanes, in the side lanes especially. Now Misfits have gone a little bit ill-disciplined. They're gonna just all in on Baron. Okay, that is risky. They know, of course, they have Feast sometime. Actually, it's not even available.
All right, no Feast.
They got Rend, but now you want to take a fight against Splyce. They know Wonder's no teleport.
Kobe and Mickey are off on the sidelines. Kobe's been kicked out. That's a good Gnar from Alfari, and Senkux is the target. Where's the Shockwave? Senkux stays alive. As it stands, Power of Evil's down. Maxlaw follows after. Senkux is not going to be able to save Trashy's life. A very good headbutt from Gnar buys some time. But the distance from Wonder is just too great. 4 members of Misfits die. They are the ones that make the risky Baron call. And it ends up coming back to hurt them. Kobe gets his first kill.
Riggedy Risty at that point was what you were probably going after.
Trying to.
Splyce can just take these fights so simply. The big criticism of Misfits that the analyst desk talked about at the beginning of the day was their tendency to just make plays, take the wrong fights, go for Baron, and guess what this was? Misfits trying to all in on the Baron, thinking Wonder was further away than he actually was, not respecting the damage that Splyce have at this point. This Kog'Maw still has good damage in team fights, and Misfits are on different pages. And Splyce easily take another fight. This game is going quickly out of the grasp of Misfits. It hasn't been in their control for at least 10 minutes.
I'm at an absolute loss for words this series. We've seen some of the strangest decisions and not decisions, some of the strangest turns in gameplay, right? A completely even game at 20 minutes in game 1 gets Baron and then magically ends 5 minutes later. Game 2, we have that crazy backdoor finish. And now game 3, Splyce, they somehow just smash Misfits at every opportunity once we leave the laning phase.
And it's because the composition for Misfits is not as forgiving. With the Maokai, with the Orianna, there were so many opportunities to just take bad fights because you're great at fighting. So if you're fighting, you're probably winning. Right. This time around, it's more complex. They need early game advantages. They need to be able to keep Hansama alive, get Power of Evil's damage down, and they're up against the scaling composition, which is good at fighting, that does have forgiving measures in it. And unfortunately, Misfits have misplayed enough fights that Splyce are in total control.
Yeah, they really, really are. Despite Kobbe falling so far behind early, the rest of the team is more than made up for it. Wonder and Senkux just enabled by Trashy. Keeps that 5k gold lead. I've not talked about items too much. Hurricane, Blade of the Rune King for Ansama. Rage Blade and Blade of the Rune King just completed for Kobbe, so fully online. And the Frozen Mallets now for Alfari. So nothing really surprising item-wise. But Splyce at 25 minutes, they've got 2 item spikes pretty much across the board for their main carries. And Misfits now need to find Splyce out of position or burst them down with the CC.
Yeah, the Rage Blade's the important one. For a tank buster as well, like a Kog'Maw that already gets good damage. You hit W, you get the attack speed, you get the on-hit augment from Rage Blade as well, and Kobbe will just shred all the way through Maxlaw and Alfari if he is safe. That's always the caveat to it.
Well, how are they going to get through Braum, Sejuani, and Orianna? I mean, yes, nah, maybe with the flank.
He's got that once or twice, but Kobbe has reacted in time. If Ignar maybe with the ultimate from Kalista throws him in, but Kobbe, look, his summoners are available. He's easily able to reposition in fights and just got the Blade of the Rune King active as well. Kobbe has actually played team fights this series very well on the Tristana, on the Kog'Maw so far.
And this is the point in the game where you start thinking, okay, right, who is player of the series? How do you award it? And, you know, Trashy's had a very good game on all 3 games, in my opinion, in his jungle picks.
Yeah.
But I think Kobbe is probably the man that's got my leading votes. He's great game in Tristana. Nothing to do with the fact the stats team just
I was going to say, did the stats team just ask you? I was like,
hey,
oh, this is a great
talking thought about it. But no, but I do, you know, you get to game 2, you get to game 3, and you start thinking, right, who deserves player of the series, and how do you submit a vote?
I think it is difficult. I think Kobbe, when you look at who has closed games and been the person responsible for that, but as you said, when you've got Frontline playing for you, how responsible are they for defending a fragile carry?
You go to game 2, if Trashy hadn't locked up Power of Evil's Vlad with the prison, maybe Kobbe dies, right? So does Trashy deserve it or not? Those are the questions that I am wrought with frustration with right now. The Glacial Fissure comes down from Mickey, and very easy fight here for Splyce. Very good nod from Alfari. It gets the wallop and the crunch. Shockwave pulls back too. Splyce not done yet. Everybody gets a kill. Wonder's able to walk out of everything. No damage lands. Senkux flashes over the wall. It's a clean ace for Splyce.
No damage exists from the Misfits to clean up a fight, and Splyce all members strong. 5-0. Towers are going to go down. They have good damage to take this Baron, and what has been an incredibly close series up until game 3 is now everything in Splyce's court. They're going to be able to take this down very quickly and look to end the game within the next 3 minutes.
I mean, there's no ways they can throw this game. Touch wood. Let's see whether or not. I mean, 10k gold. That was just an exquisite team fight. And Ignar and Misfits are just too far behind. They're too disjointed.
So, Splyce going in on the team fight after Misfits closed the distance. Here you can see my vote for player of the series. safely at the back there. Cobby being able to output all of this damage down. It's a team effort from Splyce, though. As much as we're singing the praises of Cobby, Wonder has had a fantastic game. He is 8-0-6 on this Camille. He has been such an instrumental part. Like Senkuk 6-0-11. It actually is more difficult than just Trashy or Cobby.
So
now that I'm looking
difficult.
this, I'm like, wow, I actually...
The thing is, it has to be player of the series,
yes,
right? Not
exactly.
player of the game. So, Cobby and Mickey now
This is a good engage.
Misfits may be able to get some kills here. Cobby is silenced, no flash available, gets caught by the Raptor as well. Here comes Wonder. Whether or not you are voting for Cobby, let's see whether or not he's the main carry. Alfari gets chunked down. Senkux gets himself yet another. This is just an easy stomp for Splyce. Shockwave to finish it in style.
Wow.
As Wonder gets yet another. Initially, I had thought of Cobby, but I actually changed my vote to Trashy. 3-1-19, 22 of the team's 24 kills. I think he's had early game impact, I think he's had team fight impact. Like, this is just a beautiful ending to what was the deciding game.
And I think Wonder and Senkux will be upset at that as well, because this game for them, but look, they just want to fight without their late game AD carry because of how strong the Camille, the Orianna, the crowd control that Splyce were bringing, and this seems to be a little bit more of this magical formula for them. They were trying to play long range comps a little earlier with the Sejuani, the Syndra, a little bit different of a focus, but look, Misfits, they're the ones that start this engage. Misfits couldn't get more than Cobby before Wonder arrives, deletes Hansama so hard that I can't even get my words out, and Splyce just move through the rest of the team fight with ease. There is nothing stopping them here, despite the number of tanks that Misfits drafted. Just the damage is way too much.
It really is, and so much credit to Splyce. After that game one, where they legitimately threw the game, Splyce put themselves into a scenario where they got team fought on and then lost. And for Splyce to bounce back, win the backdoor in game 2, and now crush Misfits in game 3. Weaver's Wall, actually, there's fantastic from Power of Evil. Power of Evil takes the satchel to safety, leaves Hansama for dead. Splyce get themselves 3 more kills. 27 kills in 29 minutes.
This is ugly now.
I mean, like, there is actually Misfits family members in the audience here watching this game, Splyce. End it, end it.
This is already done. It's that scene from Simpsons with the Hamburglar. He's already dead at this point. Splyce pushing in for a very convincing Game 3 win.
Well, Splyce is absolutely destroying Misfits, taking down both of the Nexus turrets, and in one of the most dominant Game 3s, Splyce take down Misfits to close out the cross-group play. And crucially, Splyce are now tied with H2K, UOL, and G2 at 6 series wins and 3 losses.
Of course, H2K and UOL in the same group as them makes Group B very interesting, and considering results like Unicorns losing to Roccat, Splyce may have just started a streak to jump above the Unicorns of life. Splyce are on a good spree of games like this. Maybe the Group B standings aren't settled anytime soon.
Especially with Vitality on the run. Sorry, correction. Top of the table, yes, in Group B. And on the other side, with Roccat now being 1 series away from Misfits and taking down UOL like you just mentioned, Roccat are now touching distance of a playoff spot of Misfits. Today's a strange series.
It has been.
The way the game's played out, the decision making, and I'm going to do a quick, personal rant for a moment. Every time Splyce go on stage, I actually walk up to their manager and ask their manager to get Wonder and Cobby to get all the kills for me. I have both of them in my fantasy team. Unfortunately, my fantasy league does not count game 3. It only counts It only counts games 1 and 2.
Wonder was 11-0 and 11. Oh, that's the most disappointing thing. I'm actually just mad because they keep trolling us in Champion Select. They keep hovering Kane, and Mickey just laughs at us when we get excited.
It is good, but you saw the players on stage there just walking back to the pods and pedestals, and Splyce backdoor in game 2, absolute crush in game 3, and I can see the Misfits players, having a bit of a huddle now. The mindset and what this game does to you, knowing the impact on the standings, knowing the implications for playoffs, it is huge.
And it was somewhat of a risky draft coming out from Misfits, putting all of their eggs in the early game basket up against an Orianna Cogwar. Remember, those are the 2 picks drafted in this game, so I can understand why Misfits go, okay, they've got late game scaling, we can actually beat them early and then transition that into a win, but unfortunately, too many team fights, too many skirmishes that didn't go in their favor, ill-advised skirmishes, means Misfits don't come out the victors on the series.
They do not, and of course the voting panel is in for the player of the series. It ended up going to Trashy, the man that had all the engages on that Sejuani, the early game impact. This is our dramatic Zoom package for player of the series this week. Also, Trashy is headed up to the analyst desk now, where he will join Dracus and the boys for a post-game lobby, talk a little bit about the series, talk about our expectations, and of course, how now the last week of cross-group play played out, because, Stress.
Yeah.
If I look at my numbers, Group A got 31 wins, game-wise. Group B got 31 wins, but Group B is the victor because they won 13 of the 25 series.
Wow. Incredible, incredible.
Maths is hard sometimes.
Tiebreaker on series there. We should go another level, see who 2-0'd very often. But I like the parity in groups because there's always the discussion which group is stronger.
The parity in groups. Of the 12 Group A wins, 5 of them were Fnatic. And the other 4 teams were only able to combine 7 series wins together. Math is so hard.
It's so difficult.
It's a 4-day week. It's Sunday. I'm not here.
It's always up and down because there's arguments for both things, right? It's like Rocket beat the Unicorns, but then Fnatic smashed the entire opposite group. So then you have that argument. It's always fun with a group structure like this when people start comparing because you won't know until playoffs when you see if it's 3 Group A teams, 3 Group B teams, or whether everything is an even spread before you really see who is the top group.
What I'm excited about as well is this is the discussion that we'll carry on as well with Trashy. I'm looking forward to hearing a player's perspective in terms of like the parity within the groups. Of course, we've mentioned this a lot this series, how now HTK, UOL, G2, and Splyce are all tied for series. And we need to see who's going to advance to playoffs. But we end cross-group play. It's week 7. It's now ended. 7-14 rewrote the meta quite a lot. And that ironically ended up hurting Unicorns, where I thought it would favor them. Because it kind of put them on an even keel, right?
And the weird thing was, they went to a meta that everybody else had just left, and everybody else went to the meta the Unicorns were just playing with, fight all the time in mid lane, so that's why you thought it would favor them. Very, very weird turn of events this week.
Very weird indeed, and while they're getting set up on the analyst desk, it is time to take a look at some of the highlights from our last 4 days of games here in Berlin. So here are your big plays of the week, of course, brought to you by Acer.
Now the first one we want to look at is, after being ranked as the 7th best mid laner in Europe by Caps, Exile had something to prove against Fnatic's mid laner. Let's take a look.
Will the Unicorns of Love give up first blood? Yes, they will! A second for Reckless! Death sentence to the back end, won't find a target. Caps is now running for his life. Exile's looking to trade with the rake, the flash, the dash, the smash! Exile gets it!
Exile is able to get his solo kill outplay onto Caps.
Solo laners cannot afford to go mid to late. Exile and Caps trading very heavily. I don't know if Caps fully was aware of that.
He can win this, he can win this.
Cleanse comes out, Twin Fangs available, Exile and Caps, trading.
I knew it! He was out of mana, he was out of mana! And Exile was just waiting for the Q reset.
So excited watching that because going into the game, one of our big narratives was about how Exile had been struggling and how he needed to find his form. And then he literally makes all of us shut up on the caster desk with like individual 1v1 outplays. It was great to see.
Brings out the talent. This is why tier lists are bad, is if you're on that stage and you're playing and you go, this guy is trash.
It is. See, lucky number 7. That's how we made it work. Anyways, the Terror of the Void also took a bite out of EU LCS this week. Splyce's Wonder found himself in a nice meal, or he found a nice meal. He caught the head of his position out against the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Splyce are looking to scale into the late game with a Baron. They will disengage from it for the time being. Profit pushed off towards the side by Senkux. Here comes the engagement. Wonder, EQ! Goodbye, my son! Nothing you can do against Wonder when he wants to nom you down.
The head just got ripped right off EQ there. That was impressive. You managed to read a Q as a D. Can you read upside down?
Apparently that's what I did. Apparently that's what I did.
I was like, wow, that's impressive.
The teleprompter said HQ. I read head. I don't know. Anyways, look, earlier today we saw a thrilling finish in game number 2 between Misfits Gaming and Splyce. Misfits tried their best to stop the backdoor, but the clock was ticking very, very fast.
Misfits are going to try and end it. Tristana and Syndra could kill Alfari quite easy. They're going to try and race this down.
Kobe and Senkex take down the Nexus turret. Alfari's left to defend, but he's got no cataclysm.
Can they get there?
The target. Buster shot comes out. Kobe's caught up. Senkex gets the stun.
They got to get Senkex.
Needs a few extra ones.
They got it.
Down and going to game 3.
Hit it. Oh, Senkex! One more.
Just a glimpse of the craziness that happened here on our special Sunday.
It was so fun. Like, game 1 ended like that. Game 2 had like really everything, and I'm very impressed with Splyce in game 3. Their performance, their mid-game, it was beautiful. I want to see how they handle their own group next week. Anyway, that does it from us here at the Cast. Let's hand it over to Dracos and the boys for the post-game lobby.
Welcome to the post-game lobby for a look back at the Summoners this summer's, not the Summoners, cross-group play and what is coming up in the future. Joining me are Andrew Vediastay and, of course, Splyce's jungler Trashy, player of the series Trashy.
Well deserved.
Thanks,
well
man.
Deserved.
So for you, looking back on the series briefly, what do you think was the breaking point for Splyce? How were you able to find that win?
I felt like the 2 first games were just team fights, and we played really well in the first game until we kind of got aced and they got Baron. So we realized that during the series that the way they had too many tools to just force fights, and we need to kind of play a perfect game in order to not get caught out. Like we obviously, I feel like we lost the first game rather than them winning it. But we tried to remove some of the tools they had to force the fights, and then I think we played better as a team than them today. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, look good for you guys overall. Well, the last few weeks here in Europe have been all about cross-group play. So as it comes to a close, let's see how things have changed. We take a look at the standings back in week 3. We can see things very different than maybe we expected now. Of course, this is when G2 and Roccat were tied up. I think probably the most surprising thing. And Splyce, I would still say that the top of Group B still looked very similar and has remained very similar. And then as we start to look at week 7, things changed very quickly. What is the thing that stands out most to you guys when we look back at week 3 compared to now?
Well, I think the biggest thing is the fact that Group B has stayed the same. I was expecting a little more variance. Like, I was expecting Unicorns, or I was actually expecting H2K to be a lot more dominant than they have been, but I feel like we're still seeing a lot of the same mistakes. And I'm also quite surprised by how much Unicorns have underperformed in the last few weeks. I definitely feel like after Rift Rivals, teams are finding avenues to punish them a little bit more. And Splyce is definitely on the up and up, but I still have a few questions for Trashy regarding that.
Hit me, man.
Well, let's look at Splyce then. Let's bring up what Splyce looks like across multiple groups, and let's talk a little bit about the team. What do you feel like has been the progression, Trashy, for Splyce between regular play, cross-group play, or just over the split total?
I actually think we started out the split pretty well. But at around the time just before Rift Rivals and after Rift Rivals, we were kind of slumping, and the mood was in the house and in the team in general was not that great, and it kind of showed in our play. I think both the series against G2 and Fnatic, where we got outclassed pretty hard in my opinion. We were not playing to the level we can play at. So I mean, pretty much the only thing I can say about us is that we are on the rise, and thanks to Boris, we will get there.
All right, Pyre didn't ask. Whatever else we were planning, cut it. Who is Boris? Hans wouldn't tell me.
It's not a he or she who, like, it's just Boris.
What does Boris?
What is Boris? What does Boris mean? Can you explain Boris to me? Whatever or whoever?
I can't say more than it's just Boris. So you guys will see at the end of the split when we are gonna perform well.
Okay, let us know with your guesses. Hashtag who is Boris at LO Esports, I guess.
Is it an anagram? Is it a metaphor? It could be so many things.
Big, over-aggressive, really intense
snake.
That's our guess. I don't know.
But anyway, I want to bring the conversation back to Splyce.
Fair.
You said you're definitely on the up and up. But something that I feel I've noticed a lot from Splyce is, to me, you guys are pretty slow in the early game, and you are not super proactive, personally. I think that you guys are really good at punishing mistakes, and you're a really smart team, and you recognize when people are making mistakes so you can capitalize on that. But I don't think that you're the team that sets up and make the plays and suddenly makes that dramatic turnaround thing that suddenly wins you the game. Do you agree or disagree?
I would agree with it to some extent, but I also feel like today actually we showed some of the progression we have done in the past week, where we actually executed a top dive at like 4 minutes, 5 minutes that pretty much set Wonder up to carry the game. So it's definitely something we're working on, and it requires us to have better communication, and it's something that we have looked at in the past and tried to fix. And right now, I'm really happy with some of the things we did today. Obviously, we're not playing as fast as some of the other teams in the league, but we're trying to play with discipline, and we're trying to make the right decisions in the game. And I think today we obviously still saw some of the flaws in our slow play, but I also think we did some good things in the early game.
Definitely have been seeing improvement. Another team that's been improving very rapidly is G2. When we look at them coming into cross group play, tied up with Rockhat, and now significant improvement post Rift Rivals. You've played up against them. I'm sure you guys get to scrim them as well. What is your impression of G2? Do they feel like a different team compared to how they were playing back at the start of the split?
I think definitely they're getting better, and it also shows. But I think the meta right now is also fitting them well, with setting up plays as a team, not as much of like solo plays all over the place with assassins or heavy carries top or something like this. So meta fits them well, and it seems like they fixed their drafting issues, and it's kind of easy to draft in this meta, in my opinion, because we pretty much know what is going to happen in the draft. So you just look most games are actually just decided who has the better team fight. And in some ways, it's kind of sad in a way, because you can be so... I think the game we played today, the first game, we actually played really well in the early game and macro-wise, until we did one mistake, and then we got aced, and then it's just lost. And it's kind of sad in a way, because you don't get rewarded for what the macro decisions you do in previously. If you just lose, it's kind of like the UL style, like you run it down and do one team fight, and then suddenly you're winning the game. So in some ways, it's a cool meta with a lot of fighting, but it's also not as rewarding in the early game.
Yeah, and it's something it seems like you mentioned has helped G2 to a certain degree. I want to turn our attention to Unicorns of Love, though, on the other side. They have a little bit of a different approach to the meta from what we've seen so far. Now, the talent coming out, a little more emphasis on lethality carries. Things have not looked, despite the record still looking pretty good for Unicorns of Love, I feel like we are starting to see a bit of a downturn for this team.
And this surprises me, because their strength for the longest time has been what this meta is. And if anything, you would expect them to thrive in this meta. We've seen yesterday in a lot of the team fights versus Fnatic that they are still really good at actually team fighting, and they can just draft comps around trying to do that, but we're actually seeing them make a shift away from that. We're seeing them adapt. We're seeing them trying new things, and I don't know if this is a point in the meta in which you need to be experimenting. Like, Trash, you can probably speak more to this. Like, when you're deciding when you want to introduce new stars into your play, whether you want to try new champions, when do you think is the best time to do it? And is it at all, when is it appropriate?
Well, it depends what team it is. Like, I bet UL would just be like, yeah, let's play this champ, and then next game they're playing it. So it depends on the teams, and I think a lot of the champions, they have chosen like the Talon and stuff like this. I personally, I'm not a big fan, because the tanks kind of shut it down. Like, you hit one CC on a Talon, and then it's kind of like, what is the Talon gonna do? So I think they just need to figure out what they want to do. And the biggest problem when I look at UL is their mid lane champion pool, and I think they need to change it a bit if they want to get to the top of Group B.
But also, I look at Xerxes as well, because he's been pretty vocal about how he feels it's difficult for him to have that early level of impact that he says he wants to have, but can't, because of he has struggling solo laners. Chachi has had a tendency to randomly die in the 1v1, and in the middle lane, Exile is now renowned for that trait. And even though yesterday both Chachi and Exile were performing extremely well, he still didn't have that same level of early success that he talks so much about. So I'm following closely as to whether or not he can improve upon that, or whether or not they will just revert back to a style which we've seen so many teams have success with, which is just fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic, because when Xerxes just came into the league, he was pretty much playing only for himself in a way. Like, he was playing super selfish with his pathing, didn't really help lanes to get a push out or get ambition and stuff like this. And he was actually performing super well in these situations where he would just at some point take over games with huge farm leads and level leads. But now, since they've changed a bit and tried to help lanes more, he also seems like he's not performing as well. So it's that like rookie stages that like. For a player like me who has played for a couple of years, I've been through all those phases where you learn. Sometimes you learn to be more selfish, and sometimes you learn that you need to help your teammates more in specific situations. And it's so situational that it's kind of you need to learn by doing in a way. So I'm excited to see where they take it. I think right now they're not looking as good as us and H2K. So it's kind of funny because none of us wanna get that third place spot to meet G2 in potential quarterfinals, which it looks like right now. So there's gonna be a lot of fight in Group B in the last week.
Definitely is the case. Well, we'll see what changes and what the next weeks will bring as we head back into intra-group play. Based on what the teams have shown so far, we have a pretty explosive few weeks ahead of us. And I mean, I honestly just don't know what to see here. This is going to be such an exciting thing to watch. All right, well, now we can talk about my favorite thing in the entire world. This is my take on patch 7.14. I've been prepping this all day. I did hard research. I watched every game back. And I have hard. This took me at least 5 minutes to think of.
Say it again?
This is my take on patch 7.14.
I want you to
more
referring to the word.
Research. Anyway, I have 3 easy steps for you, gentlemen. 1, draft more engaged than your opponent. 2, engage before your opponent. And 3, murder your opponent. Trashy, as someone who's played on 7.14, how accurate is my interpretation of patch 7.14? What is there something I'm missing here? Is it more complicated than this?
I feel like it's pretty spot on, honestly. I can definitely see the research and the 3 easy steps.
And so I'm curious, like, I made this half jokingly, but really when we look at these games, I feel like a lot of these games, as you mentioned, have been decided in the draft. Who has the better team fighting composition? I mean, it's a little bit comedic, but I also feel like there's a certain degree of truth. But I mean, is it as simple as drafting more engaged than your opponent and just forcing fights?
To some extent, I would agree with it. But on the other hand, I also feel like, for example, us today, when the enemy team had more engaged tools than us, we were like we would get caught for no reason. Where if you don't play with discipline and actually play on the waves and look out for them when they're looking to group and catch you, then obviously it's going to look bad, and then the team with the engaged tools are going to look better. So I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, you just follow these steps and then you win the game. But to some extent, it looks like that is kind of the way to play the game right now.
One of the things that I'm a little disappointed about from Trashy is, you draft more engaged than your opponent. And today, he admitted that game 1, it was a little rough. They adapted it later on to the series. And when I look at this engage before your opponent, there were a couple of champions that we were talking about earlier before the show, Trashy, because Trashy, he came to me and he said, look, Vedius, I trust your analytical insight.
Here, for the record. This is true. It's a true story.
I'd really love to know what you think is really strong in the jungle. And I was like, have you looked at North America? Because those junglers, they're really good, right?
They're so good. They proved that they're superior.
So I was like, maybe you should try Kayn out. Like, get Kayn in the jungle, go top lane, get a Maokai. That great setup, right? You have a tank top, you have an aggressive jungle. Or over in Korea, they've got a Skarner. If you want engage, you want tools to fight, he's right there, man. Great clear speed. He's got everything you could want. And I was talking to him. I said this, right? I was like, Kayn Skarner.
Come on, where's this
I think that's what you could go with. And you went 3 games at Sejuani, Trashy.
But that's engaged too, no?
I mean, it is, but you could miss. And you did miss a few.
I did miss.
It's really hard to flash away from that Skarner dagger thing.
The biggest problem we run into is if I'm supposed to play Kayn, then my top laner is supposed to play Maokai.
He is.
And
yeah,
that's
I think
kind of
I think historically, when we look at Splyce, I think team has definitely looked a lot better when you're playing the tank and Wonder's playing the carry.
I mean,
why is that? Why is that? Is that just Wonder better mechanically?
Usually, I'm just taking the bitch role, so that's
yeah, playing the back seat there. Maybe don't get to be the, but you get to force the engages. Isn't that your thing?
You won player of the series.
I mean, yeah, to some extent, I actually really like playing tank, so I don't mind it. And Wanda likes to do damage, so he's damage champs.
Notice, yes.
And then suddenly it just makes sense. So yeah,
definitely clicks in. Are you at all worried about this meta for him? You guys did find success to a certain degree with the Camille on the top lane today. Are you worried that if he is still playing all these split pushers and every other team is finding success with tanks, that it's not going to work out for you guys?
Not at all, actually. I think right now we are implementing some stuff in our play where it actually doesn't matter if Wonder is playing a carry or a tank, because we can set him up for success, or we can set other people up for success and win the game of this. So I'm actually really excited for how we are gonna progress in the next couple of weeks.
I'm excited to see it too. Now it feels like you guys were the first team to really find success on something that wasn't, and I could be wrong, of course, there's a lot of games this week, but that wasn't just jam the game full of tanks, right? You had a Camille on the top side. You had a Kog'Maw, which is not a pick that we saw a lot, and definitely not a pick that we saw be successful. How did you guys find success in Misfits in that third game to shut down like a lot of these more engage heavy picks like the Callista, like the Fly that is actively hitting him in the face?
We took kind of a gamble in the draft by giving up Cho'Gath, which I wouldn't recommend against any team. But I felt like Kog'Maw is an answer to Kog'Maw, because you're stacking so much HP on the Kog'Maw, so like Kog'Maw can just shred the HP, so it makes sense in that way. And we had a plan and we followed the plan, and that's what matters.
But I also want to emphasize how good they actually were able to collapse on a lot of those fights, because many people may not remember how close the Game 1 series between G2 and Splyce was. They weren't properly able to play the 1-3-1 because you guys had that Jax then, and every time that Jax was being dragged into all those team fights. And when you have a Jax in team fight, it's not quite as optimal. But this time when you have a Camille, you actually have a few more options. And the pathing that Wonder often took was always getting on top of Handsummer. His impact in those fights was so minimal, and it just came from a lot of good, I felt, coordination and just communication when setting up those.
But correct me if I'm wrong here, a lot of that also, Wonder was hilariously far ahead in a lot of the mid to late game team fights. So I'm wondering how much of this ability to execute a comp comes from building an early game lead for your side lanes and setting a pick like Camille up to just dominate.
I mean, obviously, when in this kind of draft, we were kind of just saying to our bot lane, try to survive, you know. We're playing on the other side of the map, just stay in the game. And we executed a play top, and even though they were making the first play top, Wonder survived it, and that was all we needed in order for us to regain the pressure in the game. And then obviously, if you play a champ like Camille, you don't really want to fall behind on Camille, because then the other team can kind of roll over you in team fights. So it's pretty much just playing to your condition of winning, and sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, and today it worked.
Yeah, definitely looks like it worked out for you. Well, let's look forward next week. The teams get back in their groups, starting with Mysterious Monkeys versus Vitality. And as we look at the schedule, what matches are you most excited for, Trashy, as a player? Are you at all, how do you feel about this H2K matchup as the first match back in regular group play?
I think it's going to be exciting, close. Out of the teams of Group B, I think we and H2K are looking the strongest right now. So I want to see how we mesh up against them. Usually we have a tendency of losing to them, so I kind of want to change that and see if we can beat them. The group is so close that actually the team that can get the first place and go straight to semis are looking really good in going to potential worlds. So it's the last couple of weeks here are going to be very intense for Group B, and I just hope we can get on top of the group.
I think that Friday will be a very big day for a lot of teams, because bear in mind that Misfits are actually now closer to Roccat than they think because of the Splyce win today, which means that given Rockat's schedule, they could start getting themselves wins and start challenging Misfits for that third place, very similar to last split. But also, Splyce versus H2K, you're looking at who could actually make away from that third place spot, and you're really looking fairly safe in the second and first.
Yeah, and it's a very close battle. You guys all have the same score. Of course, match differential plays into it interestingly, but if you can just get a series win over the opposition, you can not lock first at this point, but hold it for now.
Yeah, that's kind of our problem. Like we have not as many pluses on the winning side, so we need to be able to beat these teams.
Yeah, definitely feels like a rough situation if it does come down to those tiebreakers. I'm curious, when we look back at the schedule, playing against H2K, as you said, you guys are improving week to week and things are getting better. Would you have rather faced H2K closer to the end of the split, or do you feel like now is a good time? They did kind of just come off of a hard loss versus G2.
Honestly, I don't mind. Right now, we are playing at a level where we can beat them, so I don't mind.
I like the confidence. It's going to mean an exciting Saturday next week.
All right, Trash, it's going to be 2-0 or 2-1. How confident are you?
Ooh, I hope 2-1, then it's going to be exciting.
All right, are you going to take the same? Are you going to give him Shogath? That's the other question. You gave.
Well, I mean, if you play Cho'Gath like Maxlaw, then sure you can give it.
All right, on that note, that was all from us here in Berlin. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back on Thursday for week 8 of the Summer Split. Thanks again for joining us, and have a wonderful Sunday evening.
Sorry, Maxlaw.
It is the last game of cross-group play here in the European LCS. Misfits Gaming taking on Splyce.
Like, yeah, the Fisher is always talking about this fan, tank meta, 5-man mid, you know. He just wants to be a part of it.
Was Mickey saying this is literally the worst Gragas ever.
And here comes Trashy, gonna jump over the wall. The flail goes out. Baby Cage put down, as does the Cataclysm, and first blood secured by Splyce.
Yeah, nice. I'm gonna boost.
Runaways. Exactly what Splyce do not want. The power of Evil Shockwave catches 3.
I got it.
And Misfits right back in it. That's a triple for power.
Come on.
Nice. Misfits crush Splyce in game 1.
Yeah, we're gonna win mid game for sure. Like, Baron, 20 minutes.
Yeah, really good engage.
Hashtag hype.
He's going to get threatened.
There's a tower dive available. Rocket jump not going to be enough. Kobe is available for first blood.
Ooh.
Hans Summer.
It's no flash. Look, Justana. No, it's Syndra. Nice.
This could be the fight for Misfits. Hans Summer's looking for the cleanup. Trashy goes down. Wonder's the next target. Misfits will ace Splyce.
Oh, Senkux. One more.
Can they get
that? Target. Buster shot comes out. Kobe's caught up. Senkux gets the stun.
They're going to get Senkux.
Needs a few afterwards.
They got it.
Down and going to game 3.
Kalista no flash.
Yeah,
Kill Kalista.
Kill front. I stun.
Nice.
One more. Talia, no flash. Okay. There's someone out here.
Good job, guys.
Nice.
Everybody gets a kill. Wonder's able to walk out of everything. No damage lands. Senkux flashes over the wall. It's a clean ace. In one of the most dominant game 3s, Splyce take down Misfits to close out the cross-group lane.